Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the new Yankee workshop, where today's project is this rocking horse. It's made of ash, and it was inspired by one we found at Old Sturbridge Village. I'll show you how to build that next, right here in the new Yankee workshop.
The new Yankee workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
Old Sturbridge Village in central Massachusetts is a perfect place to come and spend a day reliving history. You know, one of my favorite collections here are the children's wooden toys. Come on. Well, up here in the attic is the perfect place to dry herbs. It's also a great place for the children to come and play. Boy, look at these toys. This is a wooden horse. And it's seen a couple repairs. I see a couple nails in there. Hand carved, a little bit of leather, some wool, and real horsehair tail. And look at this, a classic cup and ball. See if I can do this. Hey, not bad. And look at over here, some hand-painted wooden blocks. And in front of it here is a very delicate, dainty wagon. You know, you won't find all of these things on display if you happen to come here for a visit. They've been put out especially for our trip here, but you will find this rocking horse. It's made of pine, has a curved bottom so it'll rock, a footrest, a nice heart-shaped saddle, and a very friendly, horsey-looking face. I think this is something we can build. Before we get started, I'd like to reassure you that if you'd like to build an exact copy of today's project, that a measured drawing and a materials list is available. And you'll hear more about that before the program ends. Now I'd like to talk about shop safety. Be sure to read, understand, and follow all the safety rules that come with your tools. Knowing how to use your tools safely will considerably lessen the possibility of personal injury. And remember this, the most important safety rule is to wear these safety glasses. Now I'll show you how I built today's project. Well, it's remarkable that that old rocking horse lasted all these years, especially since it's made out of a softwood. To make sure ours is going to last, I chose a hardwood, in this case, ash. And the first thing I did to get started was to do some glue-ups. And I glued two 1x8s together. They're about 4 feet long. And I'll wet the ends here to show you the alternating growth rings. On this board, they're curving downward. And on this one, they're curving upward. And this will keep the boards flatter to one another. Now, out of each 4-foot section, I'll get one of these side pieces and one of these cross braces. There's one at the front, and there's one at the back. Now, the first thing I want to do is unclamp the boards and scrape off any excess glue. Okay, that takes care of the excess glue. Now, while I was out at Sturbridge Village, I took some measurements, and from those measurements, I was able to make a pattern. I'll just slip it on here. Now, you notice that the top of the rocking horse goes over the side pieces. And I'm going to make my sides a little wider. You can see I've extended it about 1 inch, and I'll trim those off later. All I have to do is take the pattern, align it with the top edge of my boards, and simply trace it. Now, the idea here is to get 2 panels that are exactly the same. So to do that, I'm going to line them up along the top edge and fasten them together with a couple screws. And because this is a hardwood, I'm going to pre-drill the holes. Well, I suppose I could use a circular saw or my table saw to trim off this excess that I'll use later. I think I'll use my radial arm. Well, the next thing to do is to cut out the side pieces. And I could use a handheld jigsaw, and I will be using one of those in a minute. But ideally, it's nice to have a bandsaw like this one. Now, even with a really good bandsaw blade, you still end up with imperfections after cutting these curves. They're a little bit rough. And especially with this rocking horse, I want the bottom of this surface to be nice and even, because if it has bumps, it's going to jump around as it rocks. And to smooth all that out, I'm going to use what's called as a drum sander. And this is something I put in my drill press. Now, this is an inexpensive version. It's simply a drum, and you cut your own pieces of paper that fit into a little slot. You can also buy ones that have sleeves that are one piece that slip around the drum, but they're a little more expensive. Now also, I've added a block of wood to my drill press table, and that's because I wouldn't be able to sand the whole thickness without damaging my table if I only tried to do it with the metal surface. So with this piece of wood, I'll just guide my piece along the drum and sand it out. Now, with the two pieces separated, I'm ready to cut a mortise right here. Let's go over to our prototype and take another look. The mortise is for these footrests. And if you look at the rocking horse, the sides are tapered at 12.5 degrees. So if I cut a square mortise through there, my footrest is going to go in at an angle, and it certainly isn't going to come out on the other side. So the mortise will have to also be at 12.5 degrees. Now, what I'm going to do first is take a square and set it on the edge of my bench at 12.5 degrees. Then I'm going to take my bevel gauge and set it to that same angle. Just tighten down my thumb screw, and now I've got like a template that I can use in combination with my drill. And when I line up my drill by eye with the gauge, I'll get a 12.5 degree hole, and I'll make one hole on each end of the layout. Okay, now I will use my electric jigsaw, and I have to set its table at 12.5 degrees also. And again, I'll use the bevel gauge and just line up the blade itself. And now I can use this to remove the rest of the material. Now, to finish cleaning out the rest of the mortise, I've tilted my table 12.5 degrees on the other side of 0. And now I'll just nibble out the remaining material. The next thing I want to do is cut a couple dados in the sides for the front and back braces. That dado will add some strength, plus it looks a lot nicer. Well, the first thing I want to do is lay it out. And it's going to be at a 15-degree angle to the top. So I use my square here on 15 degrees in about 1.5 inches from the end. And I'll just draw a line. Now, I don't want to go all the way through, so I'm going to come back from the bottom of the arc about 1.25 inches. That'll be my stopping point. Now, using my router with a 1/2-inch straight cutter in it and a cleat for a guide, which I'll screw on, and this is the inside of the rocking horse, so the screw holes won't show later, I'll plow out the dado. Well, the next thing I want to do is bevel the top edge of the sides. It's the same 12.5 degrees that we've been working with. Now, I'm going to use my contractor's saw today. It's a lot lighter and a lot less costly than the shop saw that you normally see me use, but it does the job just as well. Well, now I'm going to take the scraps that were left over from the sides and make these cross pieces. And the first thing I want to do is rip them down to 10¼ inches. Now I'll take these pieces and bevel each side at 12½ degrees. Now I could do that on the table saw, but it's a lot easier with the radial arm. Now, these cross pieces fit in the dados. And in order to cover up the end of the dado, I'm going to make a little notch in each piece. So first I mark the depth of the dado by simply holding it down in the bottom. Then I line up the top edge so that it's flush, and just approximately mark how much material I have to remove. I'm going to clamp it in my vise, square line across the top, and I'll cut it out using my back saw, which has very fine teeth and a very stiff back piece up here so that I get nice, straight, smooth cuts. The next thing I want to do is start working on the footrest. Now it starts out as a piece of 1×3 ash. It goes all the way through. Because it's slightly tipped, this angle is a compound angle. It's less than 90 degrees. It's about 2 degrees, in fact. And I'll cut the ends of my piece over here on the miter box. Well, the next thing I want to do is rip the ends of the foot down narrow enough so it fits through the mortise. That's about 2½ inches. And I'll do that on the table saw. Now, this little notch that I've cut right here will stop the foot from sliding back and forth in the rocking horse. Well, once again, I'll turn to my drum sander and round off the ends of the foot. Now, I want to round over the edges of the footrest, but I don't want the round over to go beyond my mortise, so I'm just going to draw a pencil line around. That way I won't have any gaps showing later. And I'll ease the edges using a router with a 1/4 inch rounding over bit. And I'm going to use this friction pad because it allows me to route small pieces of work and they won't slide around. It actually holds them in place without clamps. There's no better time than now to round over the edges of the side pieces. Well, this is a great time to sand all the pieces, too. Let's assemble what we've made. A little bit of glue in the dado, and then our cross piece. We'll flip this over, and I'll drill a pilot hole with a counterbore for some screws. Before I drill any more, I'll fasten this with a drywall screw. Each side panel will be secured to the cross braces with 4 drywall screws. This is the time to put the footrest in, because if you forget, you're going to hate yourself in the morning. The seat, or the top of the rocking horse, is made from 1 1/4 inch thick ash. And the saddle, the front and back pieces, have tenons, and I'll pull those out so that we can see the mortises that go all the way through. And they're at 15 degrees. So what I'm going to do is go over to my drill press, where I have a 3/4 inch Forstner bit set up. I'm going to drill 2 holes down at each location. To finish the mortise, I'll just use a couple sharp chisels to square it up. I've plowed out a groove for the head and the tail to sit in. Next, I want to start shaping the saddle. I'll put the face side down and make a 12.5 degree cut on each edge. Now I'm going to tilt the saw up to 20 degrees. Now I'll move the fence over to about 3/4 of an inch. This time I'll hold the piece up and down on edge, holding the bottom of the seat flat against the rip fence. I'll secure the saddle as I did with the sides, using some glue, pre-drilling some pilot holes, and using drywall screws. Now, to fill the holes that I've made with the counter bore, I need to use some dowels. Now, I could go to the lumber yard and buy maple ones, but they won't match the rest of the wood in the project. So I'm going to use a plug cutter, which is a tool like this, set up in my drill press, and I'll just cut my own plugs out of a piece of scrap. I just take a screwdriver, pop them out of the board, put a little glue on, and just stick them in the hole, drive it down with my hammer, and I'll sand them off in a little while. The front and the back of the saddle are these heart-shaped pieces, and there's a little tenon down at the bottom. And I've traced the outline from a pattern I made onto a piece of wood, and I'll cut it on my bandsaw. In order to make these saddle pieces fit tightly down onto the seat, I'm going to need to make a little angled shoulder cut here. I'm just going to use a pair of dividers to lay it out, and I'll cut them with my little dovetailing saw. Well, the head and the tail of the rocking horse are made from 1 1/4 inch thick stock. And I did have to glue a couple pieces together to get a piece this wide for the head. And I was very fortunate to be able to trace the outlines of the pieces when I was out at Sturbridge. So I've laid out the head and the tail, and now it's back to the bandsaw and the drum sander. Now for the areas that I can't really get with a drum sander because they're so tight, I just use this little rasp. Now to make the final cut on the head and the tail where it fits up against the saddle, I want to make sure that this fits tightly, so I'll just use a pair of dividers to measure this distance and then just transfer it over to here, and that shows me where I want to make my cut. Now I'll take the head over to the miter box, and the miter box is set at 15 degrees, but because there's a little lip here, my head isn't going to be parallel. So to make sure it's parallel, I'm just going to slip in a piece of scrap wood. Yeah, that fits pretty good. Now I'm going to take all these pieces out and sand the plugs and the saddle. I want to continue this quarter round up over the end of the saddle, and I'll use the same router setup that I used before. Now these holes with countersinks are for the screws to hold the head and the tail. And the countersink will help conceal the head of the screw. Now I'll just take the head and slip it into the slot and drill a pilot hole into the head for the screw. A little bit of glue, and I'll fasten it in place with a 2-inch drywall screw. From inside the horse, I have additional places to put screws up into the head and tail. Okay, we're getting there now. Now we can stand it up and slip the saddle pieces in, and once again pre-drill some holes. This front part of the saddle is going to take a lot of punishment. That's what's going to get pulled on when there's a little child on here rocking. So I want to make sure it's secure, so a little glue on that tenon and a screw. Now I'll just put a plug in that hole. And that's about it. When the glue dries, I'll sand down that plug, and then I'm ready for some kind of finish. Boy, that is smooth. And it should be, given the number of hours that I spent sanding it, until I got down to a very fine grit sandpaper. And I found out the hard way that sanding is the secret to a good finish. I'm going to start out staining this piece, and I'm going to use a maple-colored stain. And I'm going to apply it with an ordinary paintbrush, and I think I'll stain the whole thing, inside and out. Now, because this ash is a hardwood, it's going to take a little bit longer for the stain to soak in. So I'm going to let it sit on there for about 15 minutes, and then I'll wipe off any excess with a clean rag. Now that stain is set up pretty good now. Now I'll rub off the excess. And what I want to do is first start out removing the stain by rubbing across the grain like this. And now what I'm going to do is go with the grain, like this. I think that's just about the color that I want. The stain has had sufficient time to dry, and here I'm applying the first of 2 finished coats. And I've chosen a polyurethane finish, which is very hard, and it's a high gloss. Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the new Yankee Workshop, where today we're going to build this wonderful piece of outdoor furniture. It's an Adirondack chair made from cypress, so it'll weather beautifully and it'll last forever. That's coming up next, right here on the new Yankee Workshop.
The new Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
Promise yourself that someday you'll take a trip to the Adirondacks, and you might stay here at the Hedges Lodge, where you get 2 home-cooked meals a day, maybe a ride in the motor launch, or you might want to rent a canoe and go out in the lake here and do a little bit of fishing. There's also a lot of trails in the area to go hiking on, but we're here to see Adirondack chairs. There's hundreds of versions all over the area, but some of the best examples are at the Museum of the Adirondacks. Come on. You know, one of the things that really knocks me out about being up here at the Adirondack Museum are these cottages. Imagine 100 years ago when they dotted the hillside, and most of them had a great view of Blue Mountain Lake. Now this one over here, it appears is undergoing some reconstruction, but the one down below has already been redone, but inside there's a great collection of one-of-a-kind rustic furniture. Let's take a look. Now, my guidebook tells me that this was probably a general purpose room, and boy, I really like the feeling of this room. Can you imagine sitting around here in the evening, lying about the fish that you thought you caught during the day? Look at this, a clock made with twigs and birch bark. And over here, a bed made out of all different branches of cedar. And you certainly wouldn't be cold sleeping there with a fireplace like this. And the mantelpiece, one of a kind. Above it, a mirror made with birch bark and some deer hooves. And this is what really impresses me, the craftsmanship. Look at this piece. Twigs in a mosaic pattern. There's definitely a lot of work to that. But my favorite piece is this one right here. The pedestal of this table is actually the root base of a yellow birch tree. And they've added some supports, and the top of it is some more of that mosaic twig work. And there's more. But you can't leave here without stopping in this room. Talk about craftsmanship. Look at this piece, built by a local carpenter using yellow birch twigs and white birch veneer, nailed on with some tiny, tiny nails. Extraordinary. When you came to the Adirondacks 100 years ago, you came for the summer because it was a long, harsh journey. You might start out on the railroad or come here by stagecoach, and eventually you might get picked up at the local landing by one of these steam-powered launches. Not bad, huh? And finally, here's what we came here to see. Adirondack chairs. Now, there's dozens of them at the museum, and these are just 4 examples. They tell me that they were always painted. But let's look at some of the differences. This one had a curved seat and a 6-slat back. And it's a little unusual because it has this brace right here, which supports not only the arm, but the backrest. The one next to it is very similar, except that there are more slats in the seat. They're narrower. Maybe that's all the lumber they had around when this one was built. This one tends to be a little more unusual. It has a flat bottom, 3 boards on the back, and instead of just a board for a leg, it has actually 4 individual legs connected with a fairly complicated stretcher system. But my favorite is this one right here. It has a slightly curved bottom and arms that are wide and slightly sculpted and a 3-board back. Pretty nice. But I think what I'm going to do first is turn this around and sit down and take in the view before I measure it up. Before we get started, I'd like to reassure you that if you'd like to build an exact copy of today's project, that a measured drawing and a materials list is available. And you'll hear more about that before this program ends. Now I'd like to talk about shop safety. Be sure to read, understand, and follow all the safety rules that come with your tools. Knowing how to use your tools safely greatly reduces the possibility of personal injury. And remember this, there is no more important safety rule than to wear these safety glasses. And now I'll show you how I built today's project. Well, here's a version of an Adirondack chair that has some special meaning for me. It's one that my father built about 35 years ago. And he told me that he used just scrap lumber and that the pattern was really just an idea that he had in his mind. Now, it's been painted about 20 times, and it's seen better days. And I think there's a couple improvements that I could make. One is, I think it's too low. And for old knees like these, getting up out of a chair like this is going to be difficult. And the other thing is that the arms are slanted. And if you set anything on it, it's going to want to slide down. So I think we should bring those up. Now, I looked at some store-bought versions like these. This one collapses for storage. I don't know if we need that feature. But what really concerns me is that it's made out of oak. Oak doesn't weather very well, and even with preservative, I think it's going to turn black. Now, they did use some nice brass screws, but overall, I think the chair is just a little bit too narrow. Now, over here is one that's even a little bit better. This one is made out of cypress, so I know it's going to last forever, and it's real nice to work with. And what they did is they curved the back like my father's, and they put a big frame on it. They've used stainless steel fasteners, and wherever there were screws or nails, they filled them with some kind of filler. And I'm a little concerned that that might fall out with weathering. It's pretty comfortable, but it tends to sit a little bit low at the back edge, not supporting your back. Now, with all the ideas from all these different chairs, taking the best, I came up with this as being our version of the Adirondack chair. It's made from cypress, so it's going to last forever. And I used galvanized screws and galvanized bolts, and I made no attempt to conceal any of my nails. The only thing that I really did was raise the back of this seat so that it's a little more comfortable. With the curved back, I think it fits today's needs quite well. Now, let me tell you a little bit about this cypress. When I went to the hardwood outlet to get some cypress, he said, "Would you mind using some material that's been previously used?" And I said, "No, why?" And he showed me this. Nice, clear cypress. But he said, when you run it through the planer, it might smell a little bit. And I said, "Why?" He said, "Because it comes from an old brewery." I said, "I don't mind at all." So I brought it back here to the shop, and before I could plane it, I had to remove this wax because it's collected a lot of dirt, and it's not good for the planer blade. So I'm just going to use a scraper and remove all that wax. All right, that takes care of the worst of it. Now, my stock is about 1 inch thick in the rough, and I want a finished product 3/4 of an inch thick. So I'm going to use my thickness planer, which is just a wheel with a couple blades that turns at a high rate of speed, while a couple other wheels that are rubber feed the wood through the planer. Now, I'll take about a 32nd of an inch with each pass, flipping the board until I reach the right thickness. right. This stuff did come from a brewery. You know, until you've had the opportunity to work with cypress, you don't realize how beautiful a wood it is to work with. It saws, planes, and routs perfectly. It's a perfect woodworker's wood, especially for projects like these. Now here are all the pieces that I need for the chair. And they came from 2 8-foot 1x6s, 2 10-foot 1x4s, and a 10-foot piece of 1x3. Now to get started, I want to make these side members right here. So I've developed a pattern like this. I plan on building a lot of these, so we'll just trace the outline on the piece of wood, take it over to the bandsaw, and cut out the curved portions using a 1/4-inch blade set up in the saw. In order to smooth out the bandsaw cuts, I'm going to use this drum sander attachment in my drill press. Now this one uses ordinary sandpaper, which I cut to size and slip into a little groove. And it's a little less expensive than the kind that uses preformed drums. Now I have to hold the drum off of the table surface to allow it to spin freely. But that means that I can't sand the whole cross section because it's up above the table. So I've added a board which allows me to get the whole surface area. Now I'm ready to attach this front piece to those side members. And I've set it up on the bench over here. And the first thing I'm going to do is pre-drill a hole using this bit, which gives me a countersink for the screw heads. Now for screws, I'm going to use these hot-dipped galvanized screws. They're Phillips head, and they have a coarse thread which holds really well in softwoods like this, and they shouldn't rust. The next piece to make is this back piece right here. It holds the legs together, and it acts as a nailer for the back slats. It comes out of a piece of 1x6, and I've laid out the shape from a pattern. I'll cut it on my bandsaw, but I want to save this piece right here because that's going to become this curved slat down at the bottom. Now the only areas that need to be sanded on this piece are the ends, because that's the only place it really shows. Okay, that holds everything together for the next operation, which is to put the vertical legs at the front of the chair. Now, I've put a little mark because the legs hang down 11 3/4 inches below this front piece. And I've made a little template to drill the holes for the carriage bolts. And I'll hold all these things in place using these spring clamps. Now, I could use C-clamps, but these spring clamps are real handy and they don't take very long to set in place. Okay, make sure it's aligned. And now I'll just drill the holes using a 1/4-inch drill bit. Now with 3 of these 1/4-inch carriage bolts, that joint is not going to go anywhere ever. The next piece to make is this little bracket right here that supports the armrest. I have a template. I'll trace it on some pieces, cut them on the bandsaw, and then smooth out the edges with my drum sander. Okay, that takes care of the brackets. Now I'm ready to make the armrest, and I've traced them from a pattern that I made, and this pattern really incorporates the best of all the chairs we looked at, the width, the curves, and the length. I've just rounded over the top edge of my armrest using my router and a 3/8 inch radius rounding over bit. And before I do the second one, I'm going to place it on the bench so that I have the orientation right. Otherwise, I could round over the wrong edge. Well, it's really starting to come together now. Now these armrests, I pre-drilled the holes with the same drill bit with the countersink, and I'm using the same all-weather screws as I used before. Well, the next piece that I want to make is this cross member right here. It's a very important piece because it ties the armrest together and it provides backing for the slats. Now, if you look at my pattern that I've made, you'll notice that it's cut at an angle, 27.5 degrees. And that's so that I'll have full contact of the slats. And over on the ends here, it's rounded over, but it's at 90 degrees. So before I change the bandsaw to the 27.5 degrees, I'll cut these. Okay, that takes care of the 90-degree cuts. Now I'll tilt my table to 27.5 and make the other cut. Okay, now to smooth out this angled cut, I'm just going to do it freehand, just up against the drum. Well, as before, I'm using some spring clamps. A 1/4 inch hole for a 1/4 inch carriage bolt, and that'll tie the cross member to the arms. Well, with these bolts tightened, I can take off my spring clamps and put in another pair. Okay, well, 2 bolts may look like a lot for these corners, but this is a critical member and I don't want it to rack. Now I'm ready to start working on the slats for the back. These are pieces of 1 by 4, and how I laid it out originally was I just put pieces on that were longer than I needed, and I took a pencil and kept drawing different designs and arcs until I came up with this one, which I felt the most comfortable with. And now I've transferred those arcs onto these blank pieces, and I'm ready to cut them on the bandsaw. Well, I sure got my money's worth out of my bandsaw today. But if you don't have a bandsaw, there's no reason why you couldn't make all the shapes using a handheld jigsaw. And now I'm ready to smooth out the ends on the drum sander. All right, here all the pieces are laid out in the right orientation. And I've numbered the bottom 1 through 5. And the numbered side will be the face of the back. And I want to round over all the edges using my router with a 1/4 inch rounding over bit. Now, underneath all these pieces is a nice little foam pad which stops the piece from sliding around as I route it. Now I've taken the slats and pre-drilled a hole at the bottom edge of each one. And I'm going to fasten them to the lower cross member with a screw. And I start in the center, and then each slat will be spaced away from the next one about 1/8 of an inch. Okay, with them screwed in place, I'm ready to align them. The center one is just perfectly centered up and down. You fan the outside ones up against the arms and space the intermediate ones just by eye so they're equally apart, like that. Well, if I've built the chair correctly to this point, the armrest will be perfectly level. And the distance between the edges of the 2 back cross members will be 13 3/4 inches. Now, it's kind of hard to measure that and nail at the same time, so I've made a little guide stick or cleat to hold it at the right distance. Now, you could use nails or you could use some screws, but screws concern me as a hazard because if the chair is in the sun, they're going to get real hot, and leaning up against that, you might get a little burn. So I'm going to use the nails, and I'm going to use a pneumatic nailer with 5-penny galvanized nails. Now, at the bottom of the slats, I do have 1 screw in the center, but it'll be covered by the seat eventually. And I'm afraid they might cup a little bit with the screw being in the center. So I'm going to put a couple nails at each edge. I'm rounding over the top edges of the seat slats using the same 1/4 inch rounding over bit that I used for the back slats. This is where that scrap from making the bottom nailer comes in handy. It conforms to the curve of the seat, so it makes the first slat for the bottom. I'll just line it up by eye and fasten it with a couple nails in each end. Now for the front slat. That fits between the verticals, and I just want it to hang out about 1/4 of an inch. Just eye it up and nail that in. Now the rest of the slats on the bottom get spaced about 1/4 of an inch, and I've made some little spacers here out of some scrap just to see how it looks before I put the final nails in. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. And now I'm ready to nail those in place. Okay, let's check this out. Ah, that feels pretty good. Well, I suppose I should contemplate some kind of finish for this chair. But you know, considering that this wood came out of a brewery, I don't think it needs much preservative. Well, that looks pretty good. And it wasn't that difficult to build. I've got orders to build over 6 more. I don't know when I'm going to have the time. But I hope with the help of this videotape and the measure drawing that you'll build one just like this. Now here are some of the other projects from the new Yankee workshop that you can build right in your own home workshop. Here's a workbench, a useful item in any shop. This is a drop leaf table, a classic addition to any home. Here is a blanket chest, a wonderful heirloom piece to build and have. The bedside table is Shaker-inspired and a popular piece. Take a look at the bathroom vanity. Its design draws on the dry sinks of the past. This handsome trestle table is patterned after one found on the island of Nantucket. The bookcase, a revival of an old beauty found at Sturbridge Village. The chest of drawers is a traditional piece based on a Shaker design. Look at the candle stand with its beautifully turned center column and gently curving legs. Here is a hutch, an indispensable item in any kitchen or dining room. My writing desk is made of maple with a smooth writing surface and lots of useful storage compartments. The corner cupboard makes good use of those often unused areas in your home. Here's a medicine cabinet made from oak and featuring box joints. This child's rocking horse is fashioned after one we found at Old Sturbridge Village. Made of ash, it features a heart-shaped saddle. Here's the Adirondack chair, a popular piece of outdoor furniture. This one is built of cypress wood and needs no preservatives. The elegant mahogany butler's table has 4 leaves which fold down on solid brass hinges. The kitchen cupboard is a useful piece, good for storing dishes, books, and foodstuffs. Made of pine, it features open shelves above and a base cabinet below. This curved hearthside settle is a unique piece, useful beside a fireplace or in a hallway. It also features a storage compartment. How about this pencil post bed with its 8-sided bedpost made of poplar? It's a graceful piece of furniture. Look at this chair table, a comfortable and serviceable piece. It features a tabletop that pivots back to form a backrest and a seat with a drawer underneath. This kitchen work table is built of poplar and cherry, and it also functions well as a dining room table. Here is the Mission-style sofa, inspired by one from the Craftsman era. It's made of solid oak and includes mortise and tenon joinery. With this mahogany Chippendale mirror, I'll demonstrate how best to use a trimmer and clamps to get the best results for frames of any type. This chest on chest is designed after one we found at historic Deerfield. Made of cherry, it features contoured feet and dovetail joinery. For a real classic, you'll want to build this teak garden bench. Assembled entirely with mortise and tenon joinery and pegs, it will last forever. The Entertainment Center is a project based on a couple classic designs, but adapted to modern-day uses. Built with cherry and plywood, it's sure to become a favorite. And that's the new Yankee collection.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the New Yankee Workshop. For today we're going to build this butler's table. It's made out of solid mahogany and it has solid brass hardware. An elegant and useful piece. That's coming up next right here on the New Yankee Workshop.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
If you like old houses and you're mad about antiques, you got to promise yourself a visit to Newport, Rhode Island. And this would be a great place to get started. It's known as King's Coat, a Gothic revival cottage, and it's full of some great things. Come on. Two of my favorite rooms here are these twin parlors. Now this one, they tell me, is largely decorated in what is known as the classical revival style, and this one is decorated in the Renaissance revival style. And look at this, a classic Newport secretary. But over here in front of this overstuffed settee is what I really want you to see, this butler's table. It's a base and a tray. The idea was that the beverage service would be prepared elsewhere in another room in the house, set on the tray, and carried in here to be served. Now, it appears that it's made out of mahogany, and the construction details are very straightforward. 4 leaves which fold down on these nice brass hinges, and the base that the tray sits on is just 4 legs connected with rails, and down below an X-shaped stretcher, half-lapped in the middle, and connected to the legs with tenons. Let's measure it up. Before we get started, I'd like to reassure you that if you'd like to build a copy of today's project, that a measured drawing and a materials list is available. And you'll hear more about that before this program ends. Now I'd like to talk about shop safety. Be sure to read, understand, and follow all the safety rules that come with your tools. Knowing how to use your tools safely will greatly reduce the possibility of personal injury. And remember this, there is no more important safety rule than to wear these safety glasses. Now I'll show you how I built today's project. This butler's table is a nice project. And when it came time for me to build the prototype, the most difficult thing was finding these butler's tray hinges. I finally located some at my woodworker's supply shop, and these are solid brass, and they have a special function. There's a little built-in spring that holds the sides up so they won't fall down. And at the same time, when you flip it down, they have a little ledge which holds the leaf horizontal so that you don't need any support underneath. And when you go around and look at the knockoff versions at furniture stores, you want to check a couple things. We noticed that a lot of them were put together with metal angles in the corner. This is a true mortise and tenon joint. The other thing that I noticed was that a lot of the tops were veneer plywood. This one is solid mahogany. This is a real nice project, can be easily accomplished in a weekend, and we'll get started today with this big portion of the top. Now over here I've laid out 4 1x6s. I've tried to put them together so that the grain patterns blend in with one another so that when it's all glued up it looks as much like one piece as possible. Then I put some little score marks on it to keep them in the right orientation. Now I can't glue up from here, I've got to solve a problem. If you look at this board, you see it's tight here and it's tight here. There's a big gap in the middle. So I'm going to turn to my joiner to straighten those edges. Now let's see how that looks. Okay, we still have a gap. I know this board is straightened, so now I'll make a couple passes on this one. Okay, let's see what that did. Okay, that took care of the problem. Now I'll take care of the other joints. Let's see. That's good. Now that's what it should look like. All the boards tightly fitting together without any clamp pressure. But now we're ready to join them together. I could use just glue on each edge, or I could use dowels. But the newest technique is biscuit joinery. And here's the little biscuit, which is made of beech. And when a little glue gets on there, it's going to swell up and never come apart. And along with the biscuits, you have a tool which cuts slots in the wood for the biscuits, and there's a little saw blade in there. Now what I've done is put the boards together and just put a pencil mark across the joint at each location. Here I'm going to put 5. They don't have to be very precise, just a little mark. And I'll take the board over to my vise, clamp it in place, and then just set the tool on the edge of the board, aligning my pencil mark with this indicator mark on the tool. And then I just cut the slot. And that's how the biscuit goes in. Now I'll cut all the slots in the remaining edges. With all the glue applied, we're ready to join them together. It's as simple as just aligning all the biscuits and clamping it up. Okay, now I'll just set this aside to dry, and we'll start working on the base. The base consists of legs, rails, and a cross brace to support the bottom. I'm going to get started with the legs. Each leg has 2 mortises, and what they do is accept the rails, the tenons of the rails. I have some 1 5/8" square blanks of mahogany, and I've laid out the location of the mortise, and I come over here to a tool which is really nothing more than a router that's been mounted on an arm, and it has some nice features. It has a large table with a rip fence, and more importantly, I can move the router up and down for plunge routing, and I have an adjustable stop feature here which can control the depth of my cut. I've outfitted this router with a spiral bit. It's a good bit for mortising because you can plunge it into the work. It cuts along its whole surface, and it removes the waste material so that I don't get any chatter or buildup of waste in there. I've set this router up with 2 stops along my fence, and what that does is tells me where to start and where to stop. Doesn't that do a great job? The next step is to knock off the inside corner of each leg. That allows me a flat spot to fit the cross brace into later, plus it makes the leg a little more elegant. And to do that, all I'm going to use is the table saw. I've tilted the blade to 45 degrees, and I've set the fence in the right position. And I want to make sure I use a push stick as I go through the last few inches. Let me show you something at the prototype. Each of the legs has a little mortise into which the cross brace will fit. And that mortise is perpendicular to the angle that we've just cut. So once again, I'm going to use my overhead router, except that I've made a little cradle here. And what that does is holds the leg in the right position for the mortising. It's just a 90-degree cut in a thick piece of wood. I've changed the bit to 1/4 inch, and I'll just mortise each of the legs. Now we're ready for some tenons. I'll take this one out here, and each rail has a tenon, and the first cut that I want to make is the shoulder cut on the flat surfaces. And I'll do that over on my table saw, where I've set up a gauge block, which will control the length of the tenon. It's 1 1/16 inches from the outside of my saw blade. And I've raised the blade to 3/16 of an inch, and now I'll make the shoulder cut on each end of all the rails. I've just made another adjustment to the saw, raising it to 3/8 of an inch for a shoulder cut at the top and the bottom of each rail. And since there are so few rails, I'll remove the rest of the material by a process called nibbling. The idea is to hold the work firmly against the miter gauge, making the first pass to make the shoulder cut, remove the wood away from the saw blade, and then start at the end and nibble it away on each pass, always removing the material on the push rather than the pull. The last cut to make the tenon is called the cheek cut, and that's removing this material right along this edge. I'm going to use my tenoning jig, which is a heavy cast device made by the saw's manufacturer, and it runs in the same slot as the miter gauge runs. And what it does is it holds the wood vertically and perpendicular to the saw table. It works great. Take a look. You'll remember that the mortises have little rounded corners because of the router bit. So I'm going to take my sharp utility knife and just sort of whittle away the corners of the tenon so it'll fit in there. The mortises that are in the leg intersect one another. So that means that when I slide the tenon in, they're going to hit one another unless I miter them back. And I'll use my miter box to do that. I'll just knock the corners off. Now over here on my table saw, I've installed a molding head cutter. It's a heavy wheel into which you fasten cutters. There's 3 cutters that go in it. You can see those right there. Now generally you buy it as a kit, which comes with several different cutters that you can interchange. For instance, here's one that'll cut a 1/4 round. You want to make sure you secure the cutters in tightly, and once it's set up, you can mold your edges. Now for our rails, I want a bead, a single bead. Unfortunately, this cutter has a triple bead. So what I'm going to do is bury it or cover it. And how I do that is attach a wooden block to my rip fence and just conceal those first 2 cutters, and at the same time protect the cutters from hitting the metal rip fence. Well, now you're going to have to be a little fussy with these adjustments, and I'm going to run a sample on some scrap before I commit to my mahogany. Now I'll bead the leg, too. Notice that I push the wood through real slowly, and that's so I can minimize any chipping. For the finishing touch on the legs, I'm going to round over the outside corner of each leg. And to accomplish that, I'm going to use my router, which is equipped with a 3/8 inch beading bit. Now's a good time to dry fit all the pieces together so that you can check the joints and make sure that they're properly cut. And at the same time, you want to take a couple diagonal measurements, which are the measurements corner to corner. And if those two measurements are equal, we know that the base of the table is square. And these are real good. So now we're ready to move on to the next step, which is to work on the cross brace, which is at the bottom of the table. And if you look at it, you can see that the two pieces are lapped over on one another with a half-lap joint. Now, if the table had been a perfect square, the angle of the cut would have been 45 degrees. But since this is a rectangle, it changes, and I've calculated the angle to be 28 degrees. So I'm going to start out with a couple pieces of stock, which are extra long to be trimmed off later, onto which I've laid out a 28-degree angle right in the middle. And I'm going to cut both pieces at the same time here with my radial arm. I've set the radial arm up so that it'll remove half the thickness. And just like on the table saw, I'm going to nibble away the material in the middle. That's good. With the cross brace sitting on my bench and the leg assembly flipped upside down on top of it, what I try to do is align all the cross brace members so that they're centered in this flat portion on the inside of the leg. And once I'm happy that they're all in the center, I'll just put a mark indicating that intersection. Now I can just move the assembly out of the way, and now I can slip these apart and transfer the lines all the way around each end. Now those two layout lines are for the tenon, and they're 90 degrees to this shoulder cut. Because remember, the mortise that was cut in the back of the leg is 90 degrees to this surface. So in order for the two to fit correctly, they must be cut at an angle. And I'll make those cuts on my bandsaw. Now I just use my little dovetailing saw to finish up the tenon. When I made the prototype, I put a little decorative edge on the top of the cross brace, and I stopped it about 4 inches back from the intersection. To do that, I just used my overarm router, which is now equipped with a 1/4 inch round nose bit and this feather board to hold the work tightly up against the rip fence. One final check of all the joints to make sure they fit properly. And then I'll disassemble it, lightly sand it, and I'll be ready to glue it up. Now the trick here is that I have to glue up all the joints and slip them together before I can put any clamps on. So I'm going to have to move pretty quickly before the glue sets up. Well, I could probably get away without clamping any of this, but I want to just make sure that I can pull those joints tightly together. So I'm going to use this little band clamp, which is really nothing more than a piece of nylon strap. And over here on this middle part, there's a little ratchet which tightens up the strap so that it should pull everything nicely together. Now is also a good time to take a damp sponge and wipe off any excess glue that's squeezed out. Well, while that dries, let's go to work on the top, which is dried by now. I'm going to unclamp it, scrape off the excess glue, and sand it. Good morning. Well, I promised you that this project would only take 2 days, and I think I'm going to get it finished by noontime. Now, I did stay long enough last night to finish sanding the blank and get it ready to cut to size. And the first thing I'll do is rip it to width, which is going to be 20 3/4 inches. Now I'll just take it over to my joiner and dress up that edge. Now, using my panel cutter, I've squared one end, and I'll cut it to length, which is going to be 32 inches. The next part of the project could prove to be the most tedious part, mortising all these hinges so that they're flush with the table surface. There's 8 hinges in all, and I suppose you could chisel them by hand with a chisel and a mallet, but that takes a lot of time. So I figured out a way to do it with my router. Now, you're going to have to make a jig, and the jig is very dependent upon the size of the hinge, the size of the mortising bit that you use, and the size of the router base. What the jig is a piece of plywood that's been cut out, a little box in the middle, and it allows the router to ride up against it and cut out a mortise. Now, I had to readapt this one. I've added some cleats because it was previously used for a wider hinge. And once I cut a couple samples, I ended up with a perfectly aligned width on the hinge, and it'll also set the depth correctly. This guide keeps it squarely aligned with the side of the tabletop. I simply slide it over to my layout line, clamp it down, and I'll just run the router through it. Take a look. Now, this little tool is a corner chisel. There's a chisel in there that's spring-loaded in a guide, and it helps me remove this round portion that still remains. You hold it up against the cut that's already there, strike the chisel with a hammer, and it squares it right up. Now that I've got the mortise made in the tabletop and all the leaves, there's one more step. If we look at the hinge, there's a spring on the bottom of it, and that helps hold the leaves in the vertical position. So I need to route out a little more material to allow for that spring. And all I've done is modified the jig by adding some thicker sides for a narrower mortise and lowered my router to make it deeper. Now I'm ready to lay out the shape of the leaves using a pattern. I'll just trace the outline and cut it over on my bandsaw. I'm using the drum sander mounted in my drill press to smooth up the rough edges. Take another look at the prototype with me. Along the top edge of each leaf is this little cove detail made with this 1/4-inch round nose bit. But the bit doesn't have a bearing to guide me along the edge, and I can't do it freehand or else I'd be all over the place. So the manufacturer of my router makes this attachment that goes on the base, and it has a little roller which guides the bit along the edge of the work. Well, what I've set up here is a template of the handhole cutout that's on top of one of the side leaves. And I need one of those hand cutouts in each of the 4 leaves. I'll use my router with sort of an unusual bit. It's a straight cutter, but the bearing is here at the top of the bit rather than at the bottom. And the bearing will simply follow the template, removing the material for the cutout. Now I'll use the hole that I just drilled as a starting point. That sure makes the job easy. For the final routing operation, I've installed a 1/4-inch rounding over bit, and that's to ease the edges on both sides of the cutout. Well, with the last screw in place, this project is nearly complete. But not before I take the base and center it on the bottom side of the top, and then add these little corner blocks which will align the top with the base. Well, let's see how it operates. Not bad. I'd say it's just about time to call Jeeves to bring in the tea, but not before I figure out a way how to finish it. This is a difficult piece to stain. If I take the hardware off, I'll have 5 individual pieces to handle, and I'm concerned that the finish won't be uniform. But if I leave the hardware on, I'm bound to get some stain on it. However, it's been protected with a lacquer finish, and I should be able to wipe off any excess later. By the way, the stain that I'm using here is a wild cherry, and that'll give me that classic mahogany look. For the finish on my table, I want a hard, shiny finish. And to get that, I'm using a gloss, water-soluble polyurethane. It's interesting how it goes on. It's a little bit milky, but it'll dry crystal clear, and it's very hard. Boy, I can't wait to bring this home and show it to my butler and teach him how to use it. But seriously, I hope you'll build one of these for your butler. With the help of this videotape and the measured drawing, I'm sure you will.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the New Yankee Workshop, where today we're going to build this kitchen cupboard. It's made out of pine. Be a great place to display some dishes or store some books. I bet you could find something to do with it. That's coming up next, right here on the New Yankee Workshop.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
Good morning. Today I greet you from Old Sturbridge Village, and we're at the site of the Freeman Farm. Now in 1830, this would have been considered middling, middle size, middle class, and middle income. And over here is the Freeman farmhouse, and there's a great piece I want you to see in the kitchen. That smells good. What's on the menu today, Jessica?
Vegetable soup.
I'll be back for some later. Now this is what I wanted you to see. A dresser or a cupboard built in the early 18th century. And the joinery is simple. Here, just a butt joint. And up on the shelves, there is a slight dado, but that's about it. Some decoration, a slight bead along the front of the shelves. And up here at the top, there is a molding, probably cut with a hand plane. Now the shelves have a plate groove, which indicates it was always meant to display dishes. And down here, perhaps this wide shelf was used to serve food. Now the bottom has a simple wooden latch, a single board door, and some nice hand-wrought hardware. And this area was probably used just for general storage. Now the thing that I really like about this piece is its proportions. And it has this nice curved shape down the side. Now I can see where this could be used in a dining room, or in a kitchen, or perhaps even by the back door. I think I'll take some measurements. Before we get started, I'd like to reassure you that if you'd like to build an exact copy of today's project, that a measured drawing and a materials list are available. And you'll hear more about that before this program ends. Now I'd like to talk about shop safety. Be sure to read, understand, and follow all the safety rules that come with your tools. Knowing how to use your tools safely will greatly reduce the possibility of personal injury. And remember this, the most important safety rule of all is to wear these safety glasses. Now I'll show you how I built today's project. Well, here's our version of that dresser or kitchen cupboard, and it's a great piece. It's beautifully proportioned. And I would have liked to have built ours out of chestnut, but chestnut just isn't available. All the chestnut trees died off several decades ago here in New England. But there's plenty of pine. So ours is built from pine, and maybe later we'll stain it or paint it in a nice colonial color. The sides are made of several glued up boards, as well as the top. And then there's some shelves, and the whole cabinet is backed with some nice pine plywood. This is just 1/4-inch plywood. It's a nice clear pine, fairly expensive, but it looks real good. Now the hardware is T-hinges, which are very similar to the ones on the original cabinet, and I got those at my hardware store. And to hold the door closed, there's just a little wooden knob like this, and that just turns on a screw, and so we can get into the bottom of the cabinet where we can have a nice storage area there. Now I started out yesterday by gluing up some pieces for the sides right here. And I still have a couple more pieces to glue, one for the top, and I'm getting ready to do that, and I'd like to talk about that again. Now, the first thing that I do is cut some boards a little bit longer than I need, and the right number of boards, in this case 3, to get a little wider width than I need. I'll trim it all down later. Then I put the boards together and look at the overall texture and grain. I want them to be as consistent as possible. And before I glue up, I look at the end grain. Here you can see the growth rings are curving in this direction, which means the bark was out here. And on the next piece, they're curving down. You want to alternate those growth rings so you get a more stable top. It'll tend not to curl as much as having them all in the same direction. Now, before you can actually glue the boards up, you want to check the joints. And here there is a little space. They're not pulled tightly together. I could fit a playing card in there. I want the boards to fit together without any force. They should dry fit with no space so that when I glue them up, I don't have to force them together. So I want to joint the edges. Now there's several ways to joint the edges. One would be with a long hand plane like this. The problem is that it's very difficult to hold the plane 90 degrees to the surface of the board. It takes a lot of practice. Now you can also do this on your table saw. The key, though, is that your rip fence be properly adjusted so that it's perfectly parallel to the blade. And if that's true, by removing just a little bit of wood at a time, maybe just a shaving, a 1/16 of an inch, you should be able to get some nice edge joints for your glue-ups. Now another way to do it would be to use a hand power plane. Now this has a little fence attachment, so it's a little bit easier to hold it 90 degrees to the surface. But the bed of the plane is relatively short, so it's a little harder to straighten boards that might be a little bit warped. And the best way to do it of all is on a joiner. But before I go to the joiner, I want to mark my boards so that they stay in the right orientation. A slash across here and 2 on this one, so they're always in that position. Now the joiner is a long bed tool. This 3-foot bed allows you to take any crookedness out of the boards. And it's set up with 3 carbide cutters and a heavy wheel that turn at a relatively high rate of speed. And by removing about a 32nd of an inch with each pass, I'll end up with nice joinery. That's pretty good. To glue my boards up, I'm going to use some pipe clamps, and you can never have enough of these. We always have almost every one used at each project. And I set the boards on the pipe clamps in the order that they belong, and I'm going to glue the edges using this little glue applicator, which is a nice tool to have because it allows you to put a very even coat of glue on all the edges of your boards. And you also notice I'm not using any dowels or anything to hold these together. You know, the glues are so good today that you really don't have to worry about that. I've never had a board come apart at a joint. The glue is actually stronger than the wood itself. Okay, that's enough glue. I just set them on the pipes. Now notice I'm not using any clamping blocks in here. If the edge gets a little damaged, it's not going to matter because I have to trim it up later. Now the idea is to hold the boards tightly down to the clamp so that they'll be nice and flat and even, and apply just enough pressure to squeeze a little bit of glue out of those joints. And if you have to, take a mallet and drive it down to the pipe. It's also a good idea to alternate your clamps. Have one underneath, one on the top, and one underneath. And this helps to minimize any curling as you clamp it. Well, now I'm ready to start working on these side members. And the first thing I want to do is rip them to the correct width. But before I do that, I want to remove any excess glue with an ordinary paint scraper. Now, when I rip them to width, I'm going to do it in 2 operations. I want to take a little bit off each side to get a nice true edge. And I'll do that right here on the table saw. Well, now I'll adjust my rip fence to the correct width, which is going to be 17.5 inches. And then I'll run those through. Well, everybody's been asking me about this jig. This is a panel cutter, which has a piece of hardwood which rides in the miter slot of the table saw. And it's a piece of plywood with a cleat screwed on the edge. And this cleat is a perfect 90 degrees to the saw blade. So it makes cutting large pieces very easy. And it should only take you about 10 minutes to make one of your own. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is square up one end of my side pieces. Now the height of my piece wants to be 73 inches. Well, now I'm just tracing the outline of the side cutout from a pattern that I made while I was out at Old Sturbridge Village. Now notice that I've clamped both the side pieces together, and I've also put some wood underneath them to raise it above the bench so that as I cut it, I won't actually cut into my bench top. I'm just going to remove the pattern, and I'm actually just going to use a handheld saber saw with a nice sharp blade to make that cutout. Well, now I'm not going to throw these cutouts away. They're actually going to make a couple of the shelves. Well, this little drum sander attachment that fits on my drill does a great job at sanding out these edges, removing any roughness from the saw cuts, especially on these curves. Now, there's one more thing I'm going to have to do. I want to cut a little bit off this edge where my mark is, so I'll take my square, mark it, and I'll cut this over on the table saw. Well, as I said, I'm not going to throw away these scraps. I'm going to make them into a couple of the shelves for the cupboard, and I'm going to rip them to width and cut them to length over on the table saw. Well, now I'm giving my shelves and my top a light sanding because they fit into dados, and I want to sand them first so that they'll fit tightly. Well, that's pretty good. And now we're ready for some dadoing. What I've done is laid it all out first. I'm going to have a dado that goes all the way through for the base of the cabinet, another one here which goes all the way through for the top work surface. Then there's 3 dados for the shelves, and they'll stop short of the front edge because the shelves don't go all the way through. And then there's going to be 1 rabbet joint up here. Now, to make all those cuts, I'm going to use my router, and it's set up with a 1/2 inch straight bit. And since I know the distance from the edge of the cutter to the edge of my router base is 2 7/8, I simply set up a straight edge 2 7/8 inches above each line. You could use a piece of wood and a couple clamps, but these one-piece clamps work really nicely to do this job. And I'll plow all the grooves 3/8 of an inch deep. Well, now I'm going to take each shelf, set it up in the way I want it in its final assembly, and label the top front, so I'll always have it in the right orientation. Then I'm going to slide it up against the groove I've already made. Put a couple little pencil marks at the bottom to show the bottom edge of the shelf. And then measure over from those the 2 7/8, which is my router base measurement that I already know. Now I'll move my clamp and then simply take my router and finish the dado. Let's see how that fits. That's going to be good. Well, the next thing to do is to make a rabbet joint on the side with a little dovetail detail, and that'll tie the 2 pieces together, the side and the front. And the first thing I want to do is remove most of the material in the area of the joint while my straight bit is still in the router. And note that I've added a gauge fence to the router. Well, now I've put a 1/2 inch dovetailing bit in my router, and I'm going to make a little short pass at the bottom of this rabbet. Now I've switched my bits once again, this time a 3/8 inch rabbeting bit to give me this little recess in the back edge of the cabinet for the plywood to sit in. Now, the cupboard out at Old Sturbridge Village had nice beads on the top and bottom of each shelf, and I want to have that same detail here. Now, they probably used a hand molding plane to cut that bead, but I'm going to use a molding head cutter, which fits in my table saw. Now, there's 3 cutters in this heavy wheel, and this is a triple bead. And since I only want 1 bead on each edge, I've attached an auxiliary wood fence. I'm going to bury 2 of those cutters, and I'll be able to bead my shelves. All the shelves have little notches at the front corners, and that's so that they fit into the dados and cover up the end of that blind dado joint, and it looks best done that way. Now, to make those little cuts, believe it or not, I'm going to use a hand tool. This little saw does a good job at making those little cuts. Now, on my countertop, the front edges are eased. And the first thing I want to do is knock the corners off, and I'll just use my little belt sander for that. And now I'll use a router to do the edges. Well, there's no better time than right now to sand all the cupboard parts. Now, this base trim on my cupboard starts out as a piece of 1x2, and I've set up my router table with a 1/4-inch OG bit. And since I'm removing a lot of wood, I'm going to do it in 2 passes. Well, now I'm ready for some assembly. A little bit of glue in the dados. And now I'll just set the shelf in. Now I'll temporarily clamp it together. And now I'm ready to nail it together. You could use simple finish nails and a hammer, but here in the shop I like to use my pneumatic tools. Now, here at the bottom, I'm going to use screws because the base molding will cover them up later. Now my 1/4-inch plywood back, and I'm going to attach that with my brad nailer. Now this little cleat will hold the stiles, and later it'll act as a stop for the door. Now, where the stile meets the side of the cupboard, rather than conceal that joint, let's round over the edges and actually celebrate it. And now a little cleat for the door to close against. And now a little rail to dress the bottom of our cupboard. Well, I've used my power miter box to put the 45-degree angles on the corner of my base molding. And now I'm just going to apply a little glue and nail them in place. Now the top rail up at the front needs a little cut in the corner to fit into this dovetail. And once again, I'm going to use my little dovetailing saw. That little dovetail is actually going to help to hold the case together. Now my top molding here is made from 3 individual pieces. And I'll start with this bottom piece, which is simply window stop that I picked up at the home center. And it's 2 1/4 inches down from the top of the cabinet. Now the intermediate piece is made on the table saw with the blade tilted to 30 degrees. Okay, that takes care of the intermediate piece. Now the top piece is just some square edge stock. Now that completes the top molding. Now for the door. Well, the door couldn't be simpler. It's just 4 pieces of pine glued together, and I'm using these nice steel T-hinges, which actually look pretty authentic. Now I've set the door in the cupboard, and I'm using a couple small nails at the bottom as a spacer. And now I'm just going to pre-punch for my screws using this little tool which has a plunger that makes the starter hole. I sanded this little block of wood to this shape, and I'm fastening it with a little brass screw. And it's actually going to be a latch to help hold the door closed. Now, I think it needs a little more sanding, but overall, I think this is a real good version of that piece we saw at Old Sturbridge Village. Well, now what do you think for finishing this piece? You may recall that the piece at Sturbridge Village was relatively dark, and this one may darken with time. But I'm going to start out using a stain that they call Spanish oak. It's sort of a medium brown. And I'm hoping that it'll help minimize the contrast between this red pine and the white pine. I'm delighted with the way the stain job turned out on this pine. And now I'm going to protect the whole piece with 2 coats of satin finish polyurethane. My wife tells me that she's found a place for this piece in our dining room. I hope with the help of this videotape and the measured drawing that you'll be able to build one too. Now, if you're interested in some other projects, here's the rest of the new Yankee collection. Here's a workbench, a useful item in any shop. This is a drop leaf table, a classic addition to any home. Here is a blanket chest, a wonderful heirloom piece to build and have. The bedside table is shaker-inspired and a popular piece. Take a look at the bathroom vanity. Its design draws on the dry sinks of the past. This handsome trestle table is patterned after one found on the island of Nantucket. The bookcase, a revival of an old beauty found at Sturbridge Village. The chest of drawers is a traditional piece based on a shaker design. Look at the candle stand, with its beautifully turned center column and gently curving legs. Here is a hutch, an indispensable item in any kitchen or dining room. My writing desk is made of maple, with a smooth writing surface and lots of useful storage compartments. The corner cupboard makes good use of those often unused areas in your home. Here's a medicine cabinet made from oak and featuring box joints. This child's rocking horse is fashioned after one we found at Old Sturbridge Village. Made of ash, it features a heart-shaped saddle. Here's the Adirondack chair, a popular piece of outdoor furniture. This one is built of cypress wood and needs no preservatives. The elegant mahogany butler's table has 4 leaves which fold down on solid brass hinges. The kitchen cupboard is a useful piece, good for storing dishes, books, and foodstuffs. Made of pine, it features open shelves above and a base cabinet below. This curved hearthside settle is a unique piece, useful beside a fireplace or in a hallway. It also features a storage compartment. How about this pencil post bed with its 8-sided bedpost made of poplar? It's a graceful piece of furniture. Look at this chair table, a comfortable and serviceable piece. It features a tabletop that pivots back to form a backrest and a seat with a drawer underneath. This kitchen work table is built of poplar and cherry, and it also functions well as a dining room table. Here is the mission-style sofa, inspired by one from the Craftsman era. It's made of solid oak and includes mortise and tenon joinery. With this mahogany Chippendale mirror, I'll demonstrate how best to use a trimmer and clamps to get the best results for frames of any type. This chest-on-chest is designed after one we found at historic Deerfield. Made of cherry, it features contoured feet and dovetail joinery. For a real classic, you'll want to build this teak garden bench. Assembled entirely with mortise and tenon joinery and pegs, it will last forever. The Entertainment Center is a project based on a couple classic designs, but adapted to modern-day uses. Built with cherry and plywood, it's sure to become a favorite. And that's the new Yankee collection.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the new Yankee Workshop, where today we're going to build this curved hearthside settle. You know, if you have a fireplace, you're going to want to have one of these. And I'll show you how to build it coming up next, right here on the new Yankee Workshop.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram and is made possible by Parks Corporation, makers of safe and simple, environmentally responsible stains and finishes that enrich, protect, and preserve the natural beauty of wood.
Vermont American, the blades, the bits, the tools to make American workmanship better. Vermont American, the power in power tool accessories.
And by
Ace Hardware, helpful hardware men and women dedicated to providing service, selection, and friendly advice. The things you need and need to know. Ace is the place.
You're looking at Gloucester Harbor, and we're about 20 miles northeast of Boston. And on this granite outcropping sits Beauport. Now, this was the home of Henry Sleeper, and he was an early 20th century interior decorator and antiquarian. Today it is looked after by the Society for the Preservation of New England Antiquities. Inside is a treasure house of antiques and decorative arts. Come on. Boy, look at this room. Here at Beauport, this is known as the Pine Kitchen. And why not? Beautiful pieces of pine furniture set up against antique pine paneling and pine doors. And look at this overhead, a hand-hewn pine beam. Down here beneath the hand-hooked rug is a nice wide pine floor. And all of this sits in front of a beautiful walk-in fireplace. But this is the piece I wanted you to see. It's a settle. And this high back was a welcome feature on those cold winter nights to keep away the drafts. I've seen a lot of these, but I don't recall ever seeing one with a curved back like this. And look at how it's made. Random width boards with beads where they're joined, attached with simple nails. And the joinery couldn't be simpler. Just a butt joint along this edge. I think this was something that was probably made by the local carpenter with simple hand tools. But what I really like about it is its proportions, especially that curved back. I think we should take a shot at reproducing this back at the shop. Before we get started, I'd like to reassure you that if you'd like to build an exact copy of today's project, that a measured drawing and a materials list is available. And you'll hear more about that before the program ends. Now I'd like to talk about shop safety. Be sure to read, understand, and follow all the safety rules that come with your tools. Knowing how to use your tools safely greatly reduces the possibility of personal injury. And remember this, there is no more important safety rule than to wear these safety glasses. Now I'll show you how I built today's project. But when it came time to build our prototype settle, I made a couple changes. One was to close in the bottom, and the other was to provide this access hatch. I did that for a couple reasons. Closing in the bottom made the settle a little more stable, and the access hatch gave me a nice storage area. Now, if you had this in front of a fireplace, you could store your kindling and fireplace accessories in there. Or if it was in a hallway, you might store boots and gloves and wintertime things. Now, to get started, I glued up some panels. Here's one for one of the sides. Here's another side panel. And this large panel is for the seat. Now, the first thing I want to do is scrape off the excess glue and lightly sand both sides. You know, these 120 aluminum oxide belts are ideal for sanding the pine. If you use the belt much coarser, you might take off too much material and end up with a rough surface. Another thing that I like to do is extend the life of the belt. And that's done very easily using these rubber belt cleaners. It's sort of like a crepe rubber. And you can see it cleans the belt easily and just makes it last longer. Now, the next thing I want to do with everything sanded is start to lay out the pieces to cut. And the first piece is the seat. Now, I was fortunate enough to make a cardboard pattern of the original. And it's real important because the back is curved. And a pattern like this is invaluable in doing layout. If you don't have a pattern, I can tell you that that back radius is 10 foot 8 inches. So what I've done here is basically set up a big T-square. The blank for the seat is up there. And I've set up this board with this edge being along the center line of the blank. Attached a nail right here, which happens to be exactly 10 foot 8 inches from where I want to lay it out. Using a string that won't stretch very much and simple pencil attached to the end, I can now lay out the radius. Well, now it's just a matter of shortening the string 14 7/8 inches from the back line, and that'll give me the front arc. To lay out the side cut, the first thing that I do is make an equal measurement from the center line to each side along the back arc. Then take my string, which is like a spoke in a wheel, stretch it out, put it on the back mark, Mark the front edge and simply connect it with a straight edge. Now before I actually cut out this seat blank, I want to point something out to you. Along the back there are 3 more pieces with the same radius as that seat. This top member, this piece right here, and another piece that you can't see under the floor of the chest. Now I suppose I could try to put all of those pieces together, 4 pieces of wood, and run them through the bandsaw. But I think the piece is a little too big and it would be very awkward to put it through the saw. So what I'm going to do is use my jigsaw, my electric jigsaw, and with this I can only really cut 2 pieces, mainly because of the length of the blade. So what I've done is I've taken a piece of 1x10 and fastened it underneath the seat blank. In fact, it's a little bit longer, so that as I cut along my radius line, I'll end up with another piece. And this will actually become that top cross member. Now there's still a few more arced cuts to make, and one of them is the inside edge of this top cross member. This member is 2 3/4 inches wide. I suppose I could just use my jigsaw to make that cut, but the bandsaw makes a lot more sense since I have one in the shop. I'm going to show you a technique of why this works so well. First, I put a piece of tape on the rip fence. It's 90 degrees to the blade, and it's 2 3/4 away. And the idea is to keep the outside of the arc in contact with that tape edge, and I'll end up with a piece that's 2 3/4 the entire length. Not bad. Now I've got to make a piece that's 4 inches wide. Well, that takes care of all the curved pieces I need for the back of the bench. Now I need some for the front of the bench. There's 2 pieces, one up here at the top and one down at the bottom, to which I fasten these boards. Now the radius is again different because it's in 2 3/4 inches. So what I'm going to use is the salvage from my front cutout of the seat. And here it is over here. This is the piece that's left over, and I fastened a couple boards together for the top and bottom cleat. I'll just set the salvage on the board, and using a compass set at 2 3/16, the difference of that radius, I'll lay it out. And now I'll just cut both boards at once. Now's a good time to sand out the front edges of any of these curved pieces that show, like this top cleat or the seat. And to do that, I'm simply going to use my drum sander, which is set up in the drill press. Now to trim the ends of both the seat and all the cross members, I'm just going to use my little lightweight circular saw. Next I want to work on these sides, which have a very nice, elegant shape. A little curve at the top, to a taper, to a slight flat section, and then a nice little round over on the front here. Now I've taken both pieces, the blanks, and fastened them together, laid out the shape of the side on one of the pieces, and the first thing I want to do is cut the width of this bottom piece. Oh, my panel cutter sure makes an easy job of squaring up the bottom. Now the rest of the cuts are going to be done with my handheld jigsaw. Well, that takes care of the cutting and the sanding of the edges of our side pieces. Now I have to get ready to make a couple dados in those side pieces. I need 2 in each piece. One at the top for this cross member, and one down here for the seat. Now it's very important that you lay the pieces out in the right orientation, because there are lefts and rights, insides and outsides, and the easiest way to do it is put them back to back. And I'm just going to put an X or a witness mark on the side that I want that dado for the seat. Now over here at the table saw, I've set up my dado head cutter, which is just a wobble blade with carbide tips, and I've set the distance from the cutter to the fence at 15¼ inches, and the depth is 3/8 of an inch. So now I'll just plow out that dado. You might have noticed that I pushed that piece through very slowly, and that's so that I minimize any chipping that might occur because of the dado head. Well, there's the witness mark for the top dado. Well, now I have to join the 2 side pieces to this cross brace and the bottom shelf. Now here I'm going to use a technique known as biscuit joinery. And all I do is line up the piece where I want it, put a pencil mark on both pieces where I'm going to install these little beech biscuits. And what happens is these really swell up when you get some glue, so it's a very strong joint. Now to make the slot for the biscuit to fit in, I use this biscuit joiner, which is a tool specifically designed to pivot and plunge this little saw blade so that it makes a half moon for the biscuit. Watch. Well, now I've installed a fence on the biscuit joiner, and what that does is allows me to hold the tool on the end of the cross pieces. And I just line up my pencil mark with the scribe mark on the tool and cut the slot. Well, now I've just fitted the sides to the seat, and that allows me to put a little mark right here where the seat meets the front edge. And I want to be able to knock off this corner, just like they did on the original. Before I do any assembly, there's one more operation I want to do, and that's to ease the front edges of this cross piece up at the top and on the seat. And to do that, I'm just going to use my router. And I've set it up with a 1/4 inch bit, but it's just barely sticking up. I don't want that full quarter round. I just want to kiss the edge and ease it just a little bit. Well, now we're ready for some final assembly. And the first thing is to put some glue in that dado for the seat, just ordinary yellow carpenter's glue. And I like to take a brush and spread it out so that it's nice and even along all edges of the dado. Now we'll just slip it on, drive it together using my rubber mallet. Okay, now I'm ready to nail it together. And notice I've put a very light pencil line here, which is right in the center of the dado, so I can get the nails in the right place. You could nail it by hand, but I'm going to use the pneumatic nailers that we have here in the shop. And I'm just using a 4-penny finish nail. A little bit of glue on the biscuits, and then I stick them in the side of our bench. And they'll join the side to the cross piece and the bottom. Now this is the part of the assembly that I have to move relatively quickly. I want to get good coverage of the glue on the ends of the boards and in the slots for the biscuits. At the same time, I want to get it all together before the glue sets up. Now first is this 4-inch cross piece, which I'm just going to try to get a line with my biscuits. And I'm going to put one nail in this end to hold it in place. Now I'll take the bottom piece, set that in this side, lining up all those biscuits and just slipping it together. That, and drive a nail in there. Okay, now I got to come down this end and try to fit both of these pieces together at the same time. Boy, you know, it doesn't take long for the glue to start swelling up these biscuits. Okay, and now I'll put a nail in from this side. Well, now a couple clamps to hold it all together while the glue sets up. And now I'm ready to put the top cross member in. A little bit of glue in the dados and some nails. Well, while the glue sets up, let's take a look at the back. Notice that the boards are random in width. 5 inches, 6 inches, 4 inches, 4.5 inches, and so forth down the line. Now over here, up against my lumber rack, are several boards for the one we're working on. Again, random widths. And let's look at some of the details. This board has 2 grooves. And the next board has 2 tongues, one on each edge, and beads, front and back and on each edge. Because remember, this piece is going to be viewed from both sides. The next piece, 2 grooves. The next piece, 2 tongues, and so forth down the line. Now, one of the other details was that the boards on the back were knotty pine on the original, and I wanted to carry that through. So now I'll show you how I made some of these pieces. I started out with number 2 pine, which gives me the knots that I wanted. But the surface of number 2 is a little imperfect, sometimes a little rough. It's meant to be painted and used outside. So you could sand all these pieces smooth, but what I like to use is my thickness planer. Take a 30-second off each side and you'll end up with a nice smooth surface to work with. Now, the edges of the boards, when they come from the lumber yard, are plain to be fairly straight, but you can see there's some gaps. So before I go any further, I'm going to straighten the edges on my joiner. That looks pretty good. The next operation is to put a groove on each edge of every other board. And I'll use my router table to do that. I've set it up with a 1/4-inch slot cutter, a fence, and this feather board which holds the stock tightly down to the table. And I'll end up with a groove about 5/16 of an inch deep on each edge. I've made an adjustment. I've lowered the slot cutter so that by making 2 passes, I end up with a tongue, which is going to fit right in that groove. One final operation I'll do over here on the table saw. Remember that each piece that has a tongue on each edge gets a bead. And that bead comes in about like this on both sides and both edges. Well, you know, I think that's enough for today. Tomorrow we should be able to easily finish the assembly. Well, good morning. I'm happy to say that overnight the clamps did their job, the glue is set up, and we're ready to continue. I want to go back over to the prototype and show you this board down here. It's a 5-inch board bent around the back of the frame, and I think it's there for looks more than anything else, just like on the original. One thing I want to do is back bevel that board slightly so that when the vertical boards come down and meet it, I'll have a tight joint right on this face. Well, I'll use my joiner to back bevel it. And what I've done is tip the fence this way, about 2.5 degrees. That's all I really need. And I'll just run it through. Well, here's the tricky part, trying to bend the board around the back of the frame. Now, I'm not going to try to start exactly even with the side. I'm going to leave it a little long and trim it off later. First thing is to apply a little glue, maybe only about a foot on the back for now, just to get it started, and some along the edge. I'm going to have to clamp this in place. Now, that's pretty good. Now what I'm going to do is use a few screws, because there's going to be a lot of force trying to come back on this piece. So what I'm going to do is just drill a hole down into the side frame. Counterboring it slightly, and I'll plug those later. And just put 3 screws along this edge, 1 5/8 on each screw. With one end secured, I can now put the rest of the glue along the cross pieces. Well, now I'll just use some clamps to pull it tightly against the cross members. Okay, and now a couple nails for good measure. And now just a couple screws on this end to secure it. Well, this seems to be secure, so now I can remove the clamp. And I'll square a line, cut it off, trim it just a little bit long. Well, now I'll just put some pine plugs in these holes, and when they're dry, I'll sand them off. Now I'm ready to start putting on the vertical boards. Now I will glue the first one along the edge of the side, just so that I end up with a nice tight fit. So a little glue. Set the board tight to that horizontal piece and flush with the side, and I'll nail it in with some 4-penny finish nails. And now I'll attach the rest of the boards. This last board, I'm just going to slip it in place and mark it at the bottom and at the top. And now I'll rip it to the widest width, and after it's installed, I'll belt sand any excess. This curved board that you saw me cut yesterday will be used to secure the front boards. Now, just as with the back, these pieces are secured with 4-penny finish nails. Well, now all that's left to do is cut the hatch in the seat. Now, this one is a little tough. Now this is a piece of 1.5-inch brass-plated piano hinge that I cut from a longer piece. And I'm just temporarily fastening it to the seat with a couple screws so that I can use it as a gauge, because I'm going to have to plane the back of the seat until I get this front edge to align. Perfect. Now I'll secure the hinge for good. Well, that takes care of the woodworking. Now, if this was your piece, how would you finish it? To stain this piece, I've chosen a honey maple stain. Now, this is a water-based product. It's a little bit thicker when it goes on, almost like a paint, I guess. But the thing that I like about it is that it seems to stain this pine very evenly. Now, after you put it on and let it set for a little while, The way you even it out is just to use a rag that's been dampened with water, and you just rub it until it's nice and even and you get the color effect that you want. And after this dries, I'm going to put 2 coats of my water-based satin polyurethane on it. The thing that I like about these water-based finishes is that I can put on my stain and my 2 coats of polyurethane all in one day. Well, with a nice cushion, a roaring fire, and a good book, what else could you ask for? Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the new Yankee workshop, where today we're going to build this pencil post bed. It's made out of poplar and it features tapered and beveled posts. We found the original during a visit to the Shelburne Museum in Vermont. That's next, right here on the new Yankee workshop.
The new Yankee workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
On 45 acres that look over Lake Champlain, there are over 30 antique buildings assembled from all corners of the great state of Vermont. And they're filled with some wonderful accessories and furniture. And here we're approaching the Dutton house where there's something I want you to see inside. Now this room here is one of 5 bedrooms. And look at this piece, a nice pine chest, known as a Harvard chest because of all this hand paintwork on the front of it, even buildings, and it's in beautiful condition. But over here is what I wanted you to see, this pencil post bed. Now it's not only decorative but very functional. In the summer you would just keep this light canopy, but in the winter you would wrap material around the post, creating like a chamber, would hold the heat in and you'd stay much warmer. Let's look at some of the details. The headboard has this nice triangular shape to the top of it, and it seems to be just mortised into the post. Let's see what kind of frame it has. Okay, it has a rope spring and a nice 3x3 frame, good and heavy, which is just mortised, I guess. Yeah, mortised into the post. And everything is held together with these metal fasteners, some kind of screw. The post is interesting. It's square where the rails come in, and below and above it, it's tapered on 4 sides, and then it's chamfered, giving it 8 faces. It also has kind of a nice color. I think I'll go get my pad and my tape measure and measure it up. Before we get started, I want to reassure you that if you'd like to build an exact copy of today's project, that a measured drawing and a materials list is available. And you'll hear more about that before the program ends. I also want to take a moment to talk about shop safety. Be sure to read, understand, and follow all the safety rules that come with each of your power tools. Knowing how to use your tools safely greatly reduces the possibility of personal injury. And remember this, there is no more important safety rule than to wear these safety glasses. Now I'll show you how I built today's project. Now that's not going to go anywhere. And when it came time to build our version of the pencil post bed, I made a couple significant changes from the one that I saw at the Shelburne Museum. First of all, I wanted our bed to accommodate a modern box spring and mattress. And those 2 pieces take about 16 inches in height. If I had set that on the rail system of the one at Shelburne, the mattress would have been way too far above the floor. So I lowered the rail system, slightly shortened the legs, and I raised the headboard up because if I didn't raise the headboard up, it would be behind the mattress. Now I did keep the nice tapered post, almost exactly like the one at Shelburne, 1 1/8 inches at the top, tapering down to about 2.5 inches square where the rails meet it. Now the choice of materials was a little difficult. At first I thought I would use pine, but pine sometimes can be unstable and I didn't want a post that would twist. So I chose poplar, a favorite among woodworkers because it mills nicely and it takes paint very well. And it'll stay stable, it won't twist. Now, the real challenge in this project is how to make this tapered post. It's tapered on 4 sides and then beveled on the corners, giving me a very elegant and thin post. And to do that, I made myself a jig. The jig looks a little complicated, but it's not too bad. I made it out of some scrap plywood that was sitting around the shop. And the most important feature is this slot right here. And it's made to fit over the rip fence on my table saw. It slips over it in such a way that it's snug enough that it won't move side to side, yet not so tight that I can't slide it back and forth easily. Now I've set a roller out front so as I use it, it has a place to rest. And also another one back here, so as we pull it back, it has something to sit on. Now the post sits in the jig, but jig has 2 cleats, one at the back and one up at the front, which are about 1 inch further apart than the length of my post. And then I made these little hangers. There's a little cleat on it, and it sits over this cross piece. And the bottom of the hanger corresponds with the top of the table saw surface, so they're exactly in the same plane. Now, I've taken the hanger and measured up from the bottom 1 1/4 inches, which is half the measurement of my post. And this will give me a pivot point, so I'll just fasten a screw to the center of the post. Okay, now I'll take the post and drop it into the jig and fasten this end to the cleat to the right of the blade path. Now I'll go down the other end and swing the post out to this layout line. The hanger should line up there. And that wasn't by accident. That was a line that was established in the making of the prototype. Now what I've done is actually position the post. These lines are layout lines for the lower portion of the post, the leg. And if I was to take a tape measure and measure from the fence to the layout line, see it's 7 3/8 there. It's also 7 3/8 here. Now that means that the layout line is parallel to the blade. I'll just slide this back, and you can start to see how it's going to cut a taper as it moves along the blade. Okay, now I get up pretty much where my layout lines are. I'm going to have to slide my rip fence in just a little bit. I want the inside edge of the blade to just be on my layout lines. I don't want to taper beyond this point because this is where my rails are going to intersect. I only want to taper down here. Okay, now I just slide it back, lift the whole jig slightly, and just spin the blank. Now you really get to see the purpose of that pivot point, and I don't even need layout lines anymore. I'll just repeat the process. Well, now I'll just cut the other 2 sides just as I did with those, and then I'll do the other 3 posts. What we've just completed is the tapering of the 4 sides of the post. Now I want to bevel the corners. Now to make that cut, I have to reposition the post in the hanger. And to do that, I want to move the screw up about 1/2 inch and reattach it. And now I'll just reinstall it in the jig on the same marks I used before. Now this line that I'm darkening on my hanger is perpendicular to the saw table. And if I take my post and turn it so that the corner aligns with that pencil line, I know it's at 45 degrees, the bevel that I'm looking for. Oh yeah, now before I do any cutting, I need one more layout line. I'm going to go down 1 1/4 inches from this line, put a mark, and that's the point I want to stop cutting at, because the rest of this area is going to be scalloped out. So once that's marked, I just turn my post 45 degrees, and we'll do a trial cut. Well, now I'll do that to all the corners of all 4 posts. Well, now I'm ready to taper the upper portion of the post. And it's a very long, gradual taper. But it's done the same way using the jig. I've made a couple adjustments, however. First thing is to take the post and flip it end for end. Now, the back hanger is in exactly the same position it was for the other cuts. But the front hanger here has been moved about 2 1/4 inches over to the right. Now, I also had to make a fence adjustment, and I did that the same way as we did for the bottom leg. I slid the whole jig forward and sighted down by the saw blade so that I won't cut beyond this layout line. Other than that, all the steps are exactly the same. Making these pencil posts is the most time-consuming part of this project, but the rest of it will go a lot quicker. Now, the next thing I want to do is finish cutting these scallops out. And to do that, I suppose I could use my hand coping saw, but I'm going to use the bandsaw. Well, now I'm using my belt sander to remove any of the imperfections left by the saw blade and smooth out the post. Well, now I'm going to take the post and set it in that cradle so that I can sand the beveled edges. Now, the thing that I want to be careful about is that I don't want to run the belt sander so far ahead that I might nick this corner. I'll sand as close as I can and dress the rest of this with my drum sander. Well, I think that's enough for today. Tomorrow we'll mortise the post, make the rails, and the headboard. Welcome to another wet, damp morning here in New England. We can always use the rain. And anyway, it gives me an excuse to come here in the shop where it's nice and toasty and finish up my pencil post bed. I've been doing a little bit of work this morning, starting to make mortises in the post where the rails will meet. Let me show you over on the bench. First thing that I did was to lay out the location of the mortise on each post. And there's going to be 2. One along this side, which could be used to connect a cross rail, and another one on the adjacent side for one of the long rails along the side of the bed. Let me show you how I did it. I used my drill press, and the first thing that I did was set it up with a 7/8 inch Forstner bit. And this is a bit that's shaped in such a way that as you cut, you end up with a perfectly flat bottom. I've also adjusted the drill press so that it has a limit. It'll only go down 1 inch deep in my wood. Now, with a nice, sharp chisel, I'm going to finish cleaning out the mortise. I almost don't even need a hammer with this poplar. There's really not going to be any surprises. It's nice wood to work with. Just shave down next to my line. Now, that looks pretty good. Now, let me show you the next part of the operation. But before we do it, I'm going to go back to the prototype. Let's take this corner apart. You know, any bed has to be able to be assembled and disassembled easily so that you can move it from room to room. And there's a lot of different systems that have been used over the years. And let me show you what I've done here. Okay. You can see there's a little bolt sticking out of the end of my rail, the side rail. And actually it's called a hanger bolt. It's lagged on one end and it's threaded on the other end. I've lagged it right into the side rail, and that'll be permanently set in that position. And each time you assemble it and disassemble it, you just take the threaded end and slide it in and out of the rail. And what you've really got here is 2 holes. A 3/8 hole for the bolt to come through, and a larger counter bore, 1 1/8 inch, for the washer, and the nut to be recessed in so that they'll be out of sight. This just makes it very easy to take the bed apart and put it back together. Now, the first thing I want to do is make this counter bore, and I'll do that over at the drill press. Well, that takes care of the counter bore. Now I'll drill the 3/8 inch hole. And remember, it's always better to drill the larger hole first. And that takes care of the 3/8 inch hole. Now here at the foot of the bed, the rail is permanently attached to the post, as well as up at the headboard area. Now if you look over here on the post, you can see a little plug right there. It's actually a bung made out of poplar, which I sanded down after the glue dried, and that's just to fill a hole that was necessary for these 2.5 inch bugle head screws that hold it all together. And now I'm going to drill those 3/8 inch counter bores. Well, now that's the hole for the wooden bung. Now I'll change to a smaller bit to make a pilot hole for the screw. Over here at the radial arm saw, I have the stock for the rails. 2 shorter pieces for the head and foot rails, and 2 longer pieces for the side rails. The wood is again poplar. It's 6 inches wide and 1.25 inches thick. And what I'm doing is cutting the tenons on each end. I set the radial arm up with a stop block, and what that does is controls the length of my tenon, which I want to be exactly 1 inch. And then in the radial arm, I've installed this twin blade dado head cutter, and that'll be used to plow out the material. I spent a lot of time setting the height so that I end up with exactly a 7/8 inch thick tenon, so that it'll fit snugly in those mortises that I've made. Take a look at how it's done. Now, the next step on the tenon is to make a shoulder cut along the narrow side. I want to remove about 3/8 of an inch material top and bottom. And to do that, I've raised the radial arm saw and installed a higher fence. It'll hold the work steadier and it keeps it perpendicular to the table. And now I'll just nibble away that shoulder. Now let's see how this is going to fit. Slip it in there. Oh, just snug. That's the way I like to see it. Now if we tilt this back, you'll notice that this tenon projects into the other mortise. And if I was to try to put the other rail in here, they would bump into one another. So I'm going to relieve that corner by just planing it off with a block plane. Well, I think that should take care of it. Now we're ready for some assembly. Well, now's a good time to sand off all the layout lines. Now here I've set up the 2 posts that'll be part of the headboard system of the bed. And I've attached the tops together with a temporary cleat. And that'll hold them the right distance apart, which for my bed happens to be 62.25 inches. Now down at the bottom here, I can now install this rail. And I'm just going to slip it together dry, no glue yet, because I'll have to take it apart one more time. And I'll hold it in place with some screws in the holes that I drilled earlier. Okay. Well, you know, I've gone through all this temporary pre-assembly for only one reason, and that's to size my headboard. Because remember, we've got 2 tapered posts. They get wider as they get up to the top. And every post is going to vary a little bit. So in order to get an exact fit, I have to do this pre-assembly step. Now I'm ready to lay out the location of the headboard, which is 9 inches up from the top of that rail, and then another 7 inches for the height of the headboard where it intersects the post. Now what I'm going to do is take some very precise measurements between those 2 points and record them. Okay, that's 59 and 15/16. See, 1/8 of an inch, and that's important. Now over here I have a couple pieces of 1x8 poplar that I've edge glued together. And I'll unclamp them now that the glue is dry and lay out the headboard. Okay, that finishes the layout. Now to cut the ends, I'm going to take my bevel gauge and just set it to the angle. It's very slight, but it's important. And then I'm going to take the bevel gauge over to the radial arm and set it. Now I'm going to bring the saw blade out. You can see it's very slight, but it's important. Now we'll swing it over until that fits right. Lock it in, and we're ready to make a cut. Okay, with the ends cut, bring it over to my bench, let it hang out over the edge, clamp it in place with the bench stogs. And now I'm just going to take a circular saw and trim the angles, cutting them strong, leaving the mark. Okay, that'll take care of the sanding of the headboard. Now the only edge I still have to finish is this one right here, the top edge. I could have used the belt sander, but I want to show you something. The joiner does a great job. What I'm doing here is putting some marks for these little biscuits that I'm going to use to actually join the headboard to the post. They're simple, they're fast, and they're very strong. Over here is the tool that I use to cut the slots for the biscuits. And what you do is you set the tool on the edge of the board, holding it on this fence, and align the pencil mark I made before with the line that's scribed on the tool. Now on the other side you'll see there's a slot, and as you operate the tool and pivot it, a blade swings down, cutting a half moon. It's real simple. Watch. Okay, now for the corresponding slot in the post. I'm going to take the fence off of the tool and just use the face of it as a guide to align with this pencil mark here, which is the face of the headboard, and once again, the scribe line with the pencil mark I made earlier. Okay, now we're ready for some glue, the biscuits, and we'll clamp it all together. These biscuits are made out of beech wood, and a little bit of glue on them actually makes them swell up, and you'll never get them apart. Well, I've got to work fast now. And now a couple of nice long pipe clamps. The rail joining the two posts at the foot of the bed is assembled just like it was at the head. Some glue and some screws. Now we'll plug those holes with these bungs. Little glue on them, drive them in. After the glue dries, I'll cut them off and sand them smooth. Okay, with that hole drilled, you can now take the bolt and put the lagged end in. And I've put a couple nuts on the end and tightened them against one another so that I can use my socket to just spin it into the hole. Slide it back in. Now a washer and the nut. Tighten it down, and I'll do the same thing to the other three connections. Boy, we're moving right along now. One more step. I've got to make and install this cleat right here. It's like a ledge that'll support the box spring. Now this cleat is nothing more than a piece of 1 1/4 inch by 1 inch thick stock that I fastened to the side rail with some glue and some screws. And that about takes care of it. Now remember, the one at the Shelburne Museum was kind of a salmon color. What color would you paint this one? Well, this is kind of a buff color. It's not as vivid as that salmon that we saw up in Vermont, but I think it's pretty nice. It should go with just about anything. Boy, couldn't you picture this with a wonderful old early American quilt setting on it? I hope that with the help of this videotape and the measure drawing that you'll have the opportunity to build one too.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the New Yankee Workshop. Today we're going to build this chair table. It's a clever piece of furniture. It can be used as a table or as a chair. And I'll show you how to build it next right here on the New Yankee Workshop.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
You know, here at Old Sturbridge Village, it's like taking a step back in the past. There's some wonderful old structures. None better than that old covered bridge at the other end of the mill pond. And there's also some wonderful houses filled with great furniture. Come on. One of our favorite houses is the Fitch House. That's it right over there. We've been here before. I want to take you back to that wonderful old kitchen. Remember the last time we were in this room? I showed you this wonderful kitchen cupboard. Today I want to show you this convertible ironing settle. When it's down in this position, Ellen can do the ironing. And when she's finished, she can tip the top back, slide it up against the wall, and it becomes a seating area. Now over here is an original version of a chair table. And the curator has kindly put it on display so we can show it to you. It features hardwood feet, a drawer, and when the top is up, this is the seat. You know, this strikes me as a great idea, even for today's modern home. When the top is down, it's a table for 4. And when it's tipped back up and against the wall, it's a place to sit. I'm surely going to measure this one up. Before we get started, I'd like to reassure you that if you'd like to build an exact copy of today's project, that a measure drawing and a materials list are available. And you'll hear more about that before this program ends. Now I'd like to talk about shop safety. Be sure to read, understand, and follow all the safety rules that come with your tools. Knowing how to use your tools safely greatly reduces the possibility of personal injury. And remember this, there is no more important safety rule than to wear these safety glasses. Now I'll show you how I built today's project. Well, after visiting all those historical sites, I decided that our table should have a maple top so that it's not ruined by someone writing on it with a ballpoint pen. It should have maple arms, and it should have maple feet. But the seat and the sides and the draw front I made from poplar because it's inexpensive, it's easy to work with, and it paints nicely. I'm going to get started today by gluing up my top. And when I went down to my hardwood outlet, I was very fortunate to find he had some nice 5/4 by 8 maple. Now what I've done is cut some boards, paying attention to a couple things. The growth rings, they curve up and then down alternately, and that'll give me a more stable top. And also the texture. I want the top to look as much like one piece as possible when it's all glued up. Once I've laid out the boards to that point, I can mark them, just with some slash marks. And this will keep the boards in the right orientation through the next few steps. Now I'll look at the joints. And if we look at this one, we see that it rocks. And I don't want to have to apply pressure to pull these boards tightly together. I want them to fit without any pressure at all. So I'm going to have to joint each edge. And to do that, I'm going to use my joiner. This is a tool with a long cast bed, a nice rigid fence, and it's set up with a wheel and 3 carbide cutters. I like the carbide cutters because they stay sharper longer. Well, with the joining complete, now I'm ready to assemble the top. But you know, maple is a real hard wood, and it doesn't absorb glue into its pores like a softwood does. So to strengthen the joints, traditionally dowels were used. You would drill a hole in each piece, slip in a dowel, and join the boards together. But today the technology has changed, and now we use a different system called biscuit joining. And it involves 2 things: a tool, which has a small blade in it that cuts a half moon in the edge of the board, and these biscuits, which act like a spline. And because they're beech, they'll absorb a little bit of moisture, and when they swell up, believe me, you'll never pull the joint apart. Now to lay out for the biscuits, I just put a pencil mark across the joint. And I'll put biscuits about every 8 or 10 inches. Now to make the cuts, I'll just clamp my board in the bench, take the tool, and align a scribe mark on the back of the tool with my pencil mark and cut the biscuit. Now after I cut all the biscuits, I'll be ready to join it and glue it up. Well, with all the slots cut, I'm ready to glue up. And I'll just roll the glue on the edge of the board. And now we'll insert the biscuits. Now a dab of glue on the edge of the biscuit. Okay, now I'll just join them together. And now I'll just clamp it up. Well, some more glue, some more biscuits, and now the 2 adjoining pieces get clamped to the center ones. And now the last 2 pieces on the edge, and we'll clamp those up and set the top aside to dry. The sides of my chair table are joined to the arm and to the foot with mortise and tenon joinery. Now the foot is fairly wide, and I couldn't find any large stock to make it in one piece, so I've glued 2 pieces together. And that's actually working as an advantage in order to make this through mortise in the feet. I can actually cut it before I assemble it. Now what I've done is taken some rough pieces of maple and laid out the width of my mortise. And I'm going to remove the material using my radial arm saw set up with this 2-blade dado head, which will plow out about a 1/2 inch of material, 5/16 of an inch deep. Now I just glue and clamp the halves together and set them aside to dry. Now, to make these maple arms, I was able to get stock that was thick enough. And the side is joined to the arm with a mortise and tenon. And I need to cut this mortise in the arm. Now, I'm going to use my router table to do that. And I've set it up with a 1/2-inch straight cutting bit. And I've marked the table to show the thickness of the bit. And I've marked the piece of wood to show the limits of the mortise. Now, this is real hard wood, so I'm only going to take a little bit at a time until I get to the 1-inch depth. Now I'm just going to raise the router up a little bit to cut the mortise deeper. Well, now the sides and the seat of my table are made from glued up poplar. Pieces of 1x6, done much like the top, with biscuits, glue, and clamps. And over here on the bench, I've clamped down a piece that's 4 feet long, and that'll make the 2 sides. And the first thing I want to do is remove any excess glue by scraping it off with my paint scraper. And now I'll smooth it all out with my belt sander. Well, now I'm ready to take my sanded pieces and rip them to the correct width, which is about 15 inches. Now, to get a nice fresh edge, I'm going to take a little bit off of each side. Now I'll set the final width using my tape. Now I'm going to cut the sides to length, and to do that I'm going to use my panel cutter, which fits in the slot of the table saw. And the first thing I want to do is square up the end of the piece. Now I'm going to cut this blank into 2 pieces 23 3/4 inches long. Now this other blank is for the seat and the drawer support. Same operation, different length. Well, now I'd like to show you how the seat and the drawer support are attached to the sides. It's a dovetail joint. In fact, it's a sliding dovetail joint. It goes all the way through. It not only looks nice, but it's never going to pull apart. Now, in the old days, they would make that joint all by hand. But today, we have equipment to do the job. This is a multi-purpose dovetailing jig. And this is the seat, which I'll slide up to this template and lock in place. And then, using my router, which is equipped with a dovetailing bit, and more importantly, this little collar, which will ride along the edges of the template, I can now cut the male part of the dovetail in my seat. Now, with the side piece clamped in place, the instructions for my jig tell me to use the same router setup, but this slot to make the female part of the dovetail. Well, now let's check the fit. Well, that's good. In fact, it's so good I'm not going to drive it all the way, or else I'll never get it apart. Now I can do the other side. The side is joined to the foot and the armrest with tenons. And to cut the tenons, I'm going to use my radial arm with the dado head cutter as before. Now the bottom of each side piece is just curved a little bit. And I've traced the outline from a little template that I made, and I'll cut it out on the bandsaw. Now my side pieces need a tenon at the bottom and at the top to fit into the armrest and into the foot. Now the thickness of the tenon is determined by the mortises that we've already made. I want them to fit in there snugly. And I'll cut the thickness using my radial arm saw and the dado head cutter. Now I'm just finishing off my tenons using a little back saw. Let's see how that fits. Nice and snug. Okay, now I've taken a pattern and traced the outline of the arm. And I've also done that for the blanks for the feet. And now I can return to the bandsaw and cut those shapes out. Well, my drum sander attachment is the perfect tool to smooth out any of the roughness left by the bandsaw cuts. Now I'll just use a fine rasp to smooth out the areas the drum sander can't get. And now I want to round off the top edges of the armrest. And I'm just going to use my router with a 1/4 inch rounding over bit. Well, now I'm ready for some assembly. And all I've done is taken the foot and the arm and slipped them onto the side piece and set them in place with some clamps. Now the fastening system is just going to be some 1/4 inch dowels, no glue. And I want to have the dowel go through from one side, past the mortise, and catch a little bit on the other side. That'll hold it in there tightly. Now to drill the hole, I'm just going to use a 1/4 inch brad point bit with a little collar so that I drill to the right depth. The only glue that I do use is at the top edge of my dowels, and that's there just so that they won't pop out on their own a little bit later as the wood dries. Well, now I'll use the exact same system to fasten the armrest to the side, but of course I will have to readjust my collar. My belt sander does a good job removing any of the excess dowel. Well, now I'm going to put the horizontal members in, and I'm putting them in dry, and I'll bring it down till I'm within about 1 inch of where it belongs. Okay, now to secure it so it won't move later, I'm just going to put a little dab of glue on the end of the dovetail, the last 1/2 inch or so. And then I'll tip it up and put a little glue on the back edge here, and then I can drive it the rest of the way. Well, that's never going to come apart. And now the seat. These two pieces of poplar will act as the back of the seat and the back of the drawer cavity, and I'll just fasten those in place with some finish nails. The glue for the top is now dry, and the excess is removed just using a hand scraper. With the bottom of my top facing up, I'm going to divide this lengthwise grain in half, which would be about 22 inches. And then I'm going to come off across the grain 21 inches, which is the radius of my top. And at that location, I'm going to drill a 1/4 inch hole about a 1/2 inch deep. And you'll see what that's for in a minute. I'm just going to set this blank down for a minute and show you the jig that I've set up on the bandsaw. It's for cutting circles. And what I've done is created a pivot point. And in this case, it's 21 inches from the blade, which is the radius of our tabletop. And when I set the blank over this, turn on the saw and spin it around, I'll get a perfect circle. Not bad, huh? Well, I like to use a slightly smaller belt sander to do these edges because it's easier to hold. Now I'm going to round over the bottom edge of my top with a 1/4 inch rounding over bit. Now I'll round over the top edge with a 3/8 inch radius rounding over bit. Under the top, there's a couple cleats, and they'll help keep it flat, but more importantly, they're part of the mechanism that allows the top to go up and down. And they're slightly tapered on the ends. So I've taken some straight stock, laid out the taper lines, and I'll cut them over on the bandsaw. Well, the joiner does a nice job smoothing out the bandsaw cut. And now I'm going to bring it over to my miter box and cut it back at about 33 degrees to follow the curve of the table. All right, that counter bore will allow me to recess the screw head so that you won't see it. And now I'm going to switch to a smaller bit to drill all the way through for the shank of the screw. Notice that I'm moving the drill back and forth to enlarge the screw hole so that it can move around as the top expands and contracts. Well, those screws will hold the cleats to the top. Our top is attached to the base with some dowel pins. The one in the back acts like a pivot or a hinge to convert it from a chair to a table. And the one in the front just locks the table in place. With the pieces clamped together and a backer board here so as the drill bit goes through it won't split the wood, I'm ready to drill the holes using a 1/2 inch brad point bit, and I'll go through both pieces at once. Well, it's time to start working on the draw. And if you look at the front, it's a piece of 3/4 inch poplar, and it's been rabbited on all 4 edges so that it'll overlap the base. And I'll make that rabbet using my 3/8 inch rabbiting bit in my router. Well, now the back and the sides of my draw are made from 1/2 inch pine, and the side is dovetailed to the front. Now I'm using my dovetail jig again, except this time I've set it up for 1/2 inch blind dovetails. And the instructions call for me to do the part separately, so I'll work on the front first. Now I just take the side pieces and slide them in and cut the pins with the router. the table saw is next. I've set it up with a dado cutter, and I need to make a 1/4-inch groove to hold the plywood bottom. Now, with a slight adjustment to the rip fence to compensate for the rabbet, I'll put a groove in the drawer front for the plywood bottom. The sides have a dado to accept the back piece. Makes it stronger and it's attractive. Now, to make that dado, I've just widened the dado head cutter to 1/2 inch, and I'm ready to run the sides through. Next, I want to put a decorative edge on the drawer front, and I'll use my router table with a 1/4-inch rounding over bit, and after that, I'll be ready for some assembly. Now, here's where a little bit of glue helps. Now I just slide the bottom in, and now the back. A couple brads into the back. I'll lay it down. Put a square on it to make sure it's square, and put a couple nails in the bottom. Now let's see how the drawer fits in here. Yeah, that's pretty good. Well, we'll put the knob on after we figure out how we're going to finish this piece. Well, let's see how it sits. Ah, that feels good. I'm using a walnut stain on the hardwood parts of this project. Because the maple is so dense, I'm going to let the stain sit on there for quite a while before I try to rub any of it off. I'm going to prime and paint the rest of this project. But before I do that, I want to make sure I get a good coat of my water-based satin finish polyurethane on all the parts that I stained earlier. Here I'm applying an undercoat to the raw wood, and it should dry in about 45 minutes. The color of this enamel is autumn rose, and I think it's going to look pretty nice when it's finished. No matter where you go in New England, you're sure to find one of these. And I hope that with the help of the videotape and the measured drawing, that you'll be able to build one too.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the New Yankee Workshop. But today we're going to build this kitchen work table. It has a wonderful cherry top. You know, you could use it in the kitchen. I think I might use it as a desk, and it's certainly big enough to comfortably seat 8 in the dining room. And I'll show you how to build it next, right here on the New Yankee Workshop.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
Well, if you were to need anything, you could probably find it back there at Tuckaway's General Store, here at the Shelburne Museum. But we're not here to go shopping, we're here to look at furniture. And there's some nice accessories and furniture right here. A butter churn, a nice cobbler's bench, and this piece is real interesting. It's a Canadian settle that converts into a bed. You flip it open like this, and I suppose you hop inside. Kind of unusual. And inside, there's a great kitchen table I want to show you. Little is known about William Harrison Durkee, whose portrait hangs here in the paneled walls of the dining room. This wonderful, primitive oil painting is not far from my favorite room here at the Shelburne Museum, the kitchen. It's a beautiful space. nice and big. And look at these creaky, wide pine boards on the floor. And a hearth big enough to roast an ox in. And to turn it on the spit, probably the first mechanical rotisserie. Look at this, you get this started, turning gears like a clock, gets a weight pulling down, turning some ropes, and then the spit. Pretty ingenious. Now over here is the piece I wanted you to see, this kitchen table. It couldn't be simpler. 2 wide pine boards for the top with a breadboard edge, some slightly tapered legs with some small stretchers connecting the bottom to make it stable, and some nice wide rails. And over on the other side, a couple storage drawers, well used as shown by this knob. Nothing fancy here, a rabbeted joint, simply nailed together. You know, a table like this could be used behind a sofa or as a library table. It makes a great kitchen work table, or you could use it as it's set up here to have dinner around. We've been looking for something just like this. Now, before we begin, I'd like to reassure you that if you'd like to build an exact copy of today's project, that a measured drawing and a materials list is available. And you'll hear more about that before the program ends. I also want to take a moment to talk about shop safety. Please read, follow, and understand all the safety rules that come with each of your power tools. Knowing how to use your tools safely greatly reduces the possibility of personal injury. And remember this, there is no more important safety rule than to wear these safety glasses. Now I'll show you how I built today's project. Here you see our rendition of that kitchen work table we saw at the Shelburne Museum. But there are a couple significant changes. One is the top. I chose cherry, a hardwood, instead of the pine. After all, this is a kitchen work table, and it's going to take a lot of use and abuse. And I think the cherry will hold up to that. And besides that, I think it'll look a lot nicer when it's finished. Another change was down at the bottom, at the base. Remember the one at the museum? It had a stretcher system that went all the way around the perimeter. And that's okay if you're going to stand and work at the table. But what about if you want to use chairs? You want to be able to store them, and you want to be able to sit there comfortably. So I took the stretchers that were along the front edge and removed them and replaced them with one stretcher down the middle. I think it'll be strong enough to hold the table together, and you'll be able to sit at it comfortably. Now, to get started today, let's glue up some boards to make the top. Well, I've just run all my boards through my joiner to straighten the edges. That's because I want a nice, tight-fitting joint between the boards. I don't want to have to try to pull any gaps together with my clamps. I want them to fit tightly without any pressure, just like that. Now, also notice that I've put pencil marks about every 9 inches across the joint of the board. And that's because I'm not only going to use glue, but I'm also going to use these biscuits to help strengthen the joints as I join them together. There. Now I'll put some more glue on the biscuits just before I join the boards together. Now the idea here is not to squeeze it so tight that all the glue comes out, just enough pressure to squeeze. You can see it just start to come out of the joint, and that should do it. I like to alternate my clamps under and over, and that tends to keep the top from cupping as it's clamped. The rails on my table are connected to the legs by a system known as mortise and tenon joinery. The tenons are on the rails, and they fit into these slots or mortises which are in the legs. Now, I'm going to use my router and a special little jig that I built. The leg will slide in through this tunnel, but the key is this slot right here and this little collar that I've installed on my router, in through which the bit spins. Now, you slip the collar into the slot, and as you can see, it can't move side to side, so that controls that movement. Then I've installed a stop here and one here, which controls this movement. And one last thing is the depth. And the router has these little pins you can adjust that control the depth of the cut. Now I slide the leg in through the tunnel. You can see the tunnel is a little bigger than the leg itself. And then I hold it in place with a couple wedges put in from each end. Now there's one of the mortises, and now I need another one along this edge. And to do that, I have to place it in the jig from the other end. Boy, that does a nice job. And by using the jig, I know that all the mortises are identical. Now what I've started to do is plow out the sides of the tenons. Now here we have two boards, the long rails for the table. And they've been clamped to the workbench so they won't move around. And then I've attached this clamp straight edge combination as a guide. And it's used for my router. I ride the router against the straight edge to cut the tenon in the right place. Now the bit is the same one I used earlier, the 1/2-inch spiral bit, except this time notice I don't need a collar. Well, using the same setup, I've milled the sides of the tenons on the short rails. Now with the same kind of setup, except this time with the boards on edge and all four of them clamped together, I'm able to mill out the top and bottom of the tenon. The last thing that I have to do to these tenons is round over the bottom and top edges so that they'll fit into the mortise. And to do that, I'm just using an ordinary rasp. Now, the table at the Shelburne Museum had a couple storage drawers in it, and I think that's a good idea. And what they did is they actually cut the openings for the drawers out of the full-size rail. Not an easy job, especially since they probably did it with hand tools. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use my portable handheld jigsaw. That's perfect. Now, for purely aesthetic reasons, these legs are just slightly tapered. The taper starts just below the rail and tapers down to the bottom of the leg, about 5/8 of an inch overall, along this face and this face over here. Now, to make the taper, I'm going to use my homemade tapering jig. And that's simply a couple pieces of oak that have a hinge at one end. And up at the other end here, there's an adjustment feature, which gives me a whole bunch of different tapers. There's a little stop block against which the stock rests. And what you have to remember is that you always taper the side with the mortise, and you can't make a mistake. Watch. That's nice and smooth. One pass through the joiner and it takes away all those rough saw marks. Let's take a look at the draw support system. It's low tech, but it works pretty well. There are two runners, one on each side of the draw, and they're made out of this stock. And what I've done is taken some 1-inch stock and cut a rabbet in it. The wide part of the rabbet is the place the draw rides on, and the narrow part of the rabbet on the side keeps it from sliding left and right. Now, to fasten these runners to the rails back here, I suppose you could nail through. You could drive some screws through at an angle. You could even make a nice mortise and tenon. But why bother with that when you have a biscuit joiner? Here I've got my rails set up with the layout for the runners. And note that where the rabbet is, the runner will stick above the drawer opening about 1/16 of an inch, and that's so that as I slide the drawer in, it'll clear the opening rather than rub up against it. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is cut the slots in the ends of the runners. Also note that I'm using a slightly smaller biscuit, and that's because I don't want it to stick out beyond the ends of the piece. And there's the indicator mark for my slot. Well, now we're ready for some sub-assembly. And just a little bit of glue on the tenons. Now I just slip it into that mortise and use my rubber mallet to just tap it into place. Okay, now I'm ready for a clamp. Okay, the idea here is not to put on too much pressure, just clamp it down enough to bring the joint tightly together. Now I'll just pin it in place with a couple dowels. Well, now for the short rails. The process is the same. Now, before I install the other short rail over here, I want to prepare the runners, a little bit of glue on each end and a biscuit. Okay, now with all the glue on everything, speed is of the utmost importance. Now, I can't put the rest of those runners yet. I want to start the tenons on my end rail here. Get that squeezed together a little bit. Now back to the middle. Okay, now see if I can get this last one in. Okay. Now for a few dozen clamps. Okay, now while that dries, we'll start working on the stretcher system. Okay, that's the layout line for the short stretcher that connects the two legs. Now also notice that I've got a clamp up here, and that's because I want to make sure that the legs are parallel at their outside edges. So down here at the top of the table, I've got 29 7/16. And up here, I've used a clamp to pull the legs together so it's the same. Now remember, the legs are tapered along the inside edge. So in order to get an accurate scribe mark, I'm just going to hold my piece up and draw a pencil line. Now this is a cinch over here on the miter box saw. Now the angle, when I did the prototype, it was about 1 1/4 degrees, believe it or not, very slight. I'll set it at that, and I'll make a cut about 1/8 of an inch away from my line to see how it is, and if I have to, I'll readjust. That looks pretty good. Now we'll cut it for keeps. Now, I've just cut the long piece of the stretcher system to length, and that was a 90-degree cut. Now, I calculated that for our table, this stretcher piece was to be 62 1/4 inches. And that will go up here in the middle of this piece like that. Now, I'm going to join this all together with biscuits and glue, but before I do that, I want to do one more detail. If you look at the prototype, the stretcher is chamfered along the top edge, both pieces. And I'll do that using my router set up with a chamfering bit. Okay, let's put it together. Okay. Now I'll put a clamp on that, let it sit overnight to dry, and tomorrow we'll come back and build the drawers and finish up the top. Well, it's nice and sunny out there today. The rain is gone, but boy, it sure turned cold overnight. You'd never know it in here, though. It's nice and toasty. In fact, the table set up overnight, I've removed the clamps, and boy, I'll tell you, it is strong. You cannot even rack it at all on the workbench. Now, before I take it off the bench, there's one more thing I want to do. I thought I'd sand down these dowel pins. They're sticking out just a little bit. And to do that, I'm just going to use my little belt sander. Well, let's look at a couple more features back here at the prototype. One is these corner blocks, which add more stability to the base and also allow me a place to drill up from below and put some screws through to hold down the top. Also, I've got these pieces that run from rail to rail. It's pretty much centered on each drawer. I can also use those to help hold the top down, but they're really there so that as you slide the drawer out, the back of the drawer will ride against it, preventing it from tipping out as you pull it out from the face of the table. Now, the pieces are nothing special, just scrap 1 by 2, and these are 45-degree angles that I cut on the miter box, and no fancy joinery, just a screw and a little bit of glue on each angle, and that'll hold them in place. Now, notice that I held them down a little bit, and that's so that when I put the screws in for the top, I'm assured that it'll be tight against the rails. Okay, that takes care of those. Now we're ready to make some drawers. It's pretty simple. It's flush all the way around, no lip. The front is 3/4 inch poplar. The side and the back are 1/2 inch pine. And the bottom is just a piece of 1/4 inch plywood. The front is joined to the side with these dovetail joints. And I'll show you how I made those. I've already cut the front and side pieces to the correct length and width, and I've clamped a couple of them in this dovetailing jig, which is just a tool with a couple eccentric cams that hold the stock in place, and this template that makes the dovetails. You have to use a router, which has a collar and a dovetailing bit. Now, the collar simply rides on the template in and out of these little pieces that stick out, cutting the tails and pins for the drawer. Pretty good. What I'm doing here is plowing a 1/4 inch groove in the side pieces and the drawer fronts to hold that plywood bottom I talked about earlier. And I'm using the table saw, which is set up with this single blade dado head cutter. It's actually like a wobble blade. It's set at an angle and it wobbles back and forth, plowing out the material. It does a pretty good job. Okay, that takes care of the groove for the plywood bottom. Now I'm going to readjust the width of the dado cutter so that it cuts a 1/2 inch wide dado. And I want to cut a dado down the side so that it receives the back piece. Now we'll just slip the bottom in. No glue here. The bottom may expand and contract slightly, and I don't want it to push the drawer apart, so it just kind of floats in there. Put a little glue in these side dados. I'll just slip the back piece in. And I'll drive a couple brads in through the end to hold it in place while the glue sets up. Now I'll just check the drawer for square, set a framing square on the bottom of it, and that looks good. Now just tack it in place along the back edge. I think the top turned out pretty well. You know, the combination of the biscuits and the glue do a great job to pull it together. But you always end up with a little bit of unevenness at the top of the boards. So now's the time for me to take my belt sander and smooth it out. Okay, now the next thing that I want to do is put a nice straight edge along each end of the top. And to do that, I'm again using my combination clamp straight edge, which is set down, and I'm just going to use my circular saw to trim it off. Okay, I've just made a tongue on the end of the tabletop. It's about 3/8 of an inch thick. And over that is going to sit the breadboard edge. Here you see it applied at the prototype. Now the tongue doesn't show through the end. So I'm going to take my little dovetailing saw and trim off about 3/4 of an inch. Okay, now using my router table set up with a 3/8 inch straight cutter, I'm able to plow a groove in the breadboard edge. And notice that I didn't let the groove go all the way through the end because I don't want that tongue to show. Now with the breadboard edges lightly clamped in place and working from the underside of the table, I'm drilling some 1/4 inch holes for some dowels that'll hold it on. And I'm not going all the way through, I'm stopping just short of that face side. Now with the edge removed, I want to elongate the 2 outboard holes so that the top can move freely as it picks up moisture and so forth. I'll just do that with a rasp. A little drum sander does a nice job rounding off the corners. Now I'll just slip it on there, dry, no glue. That's the whole idea, is to let it move freely. Lightly clamp it in place. Well, now I'm just going to put a little glue where the top edge of the dowel will be, just to hold it in place. And I'll drive it in, making sure not to hit it so hard that it might pop through the other side. That was a 1/4 inch radius rounding over bit I used to ease the edges, and now I'm ready for some final sanding. Well, about another hour or so of finished sanding, and I'll be ready to complete this project. I'm in no hurry to permanently attach the top, or even to put the knobs on the drawers, because I'm going to paint the lower section, the poplar parts, and I'm going to put 5 or 6 coats of oil on this top. You know, this poplar paints up beautifully. And what I'm putting on now is a latex enamel undercoat. And after it dries, I'll give it a light sanding and put on a couple coats of the finished color. Boy, doesn't this Danish oil finish with tung oil base do a beautiful job on this cherry? I think I'll put about 5 or 6 coats on, letting each coat dry overnight, and that should take care of it. It's going to look beautiful. Well, I think it's going to take another coat of this acrylic latex enamel before I get the finish that I want, but the color choice is perfect. I can't begin to tell you how many people wanted to build this project after they saw it. I tell them all the same thing. With the help of the videotape and the measured drawing, shouldn't be a problem at all.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the new Yankee workshop, where today we're going to build this Craftsman or Mission style sofa. It's made out of red oak, and its inspiration came from a Gustav Stickley original that we found in a private collection. That's coming up next, right here on the new Yankee workshop.
The new Yankee workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
Before we started working on our sofa, we found a private collection of Stickley originals. They're right behind the door on the left. Come on. Boy, this place is a treasure house of arts and crafts furnishings. Let's take a look in this dining room. Look at these chairs. They still have their original leather coverings. And this dining room table was found in a Masonic temple in Cortland, New York, still with its original finish. And look at this clock. Still keeps great time, all oak, with a copper face, nicely etched. Even the light fixtures are Stickley. You know, they weren't content in doing just furniture. They did the lights, the fabrics, the rugs. And look at this, a Morris chair, named after William Morris, the founder of the arts and crafts movement in England. But over here is what I wanted you to see. This sofa, or as Stickley would have called it, a settle. Now back then it would have cost you about $80 to get one of these. Don't even ask me what it would cost today. You know, I like the proportions. It's comfortable. And the size seems just about right. But what I like most of all is the look. Now, before we begin, I'd like to reassure you that if you'd like to build an exact copy of today's project, that a measured drawing and a materials list is available. And you'll hear more about that before this program ends. I would also like to take a minute to talk about shop safety. Be sure to read, understand, and follow all the safety rules that come with your power tools. Knowing how to use your tools safely will considerably lessen the possibility of personal injury. And remember this, there is no more important safety rule than to wear these safety glasses. Now I'll show you how I built this sofa. Well, wherever he is, I hope that Gustav Stickley will look down kindly upon our attempt to echo his great designs of Craftsman or Mission-style furniture. Now, this sofa that I made is about 6 feet long and made to comfortably seat 2 people. And what you have to do is imagine that here we're going to place a cushion about 8 or 9 inches thick along the bottom. That'll bring it up above the floor the correct height. And then along the back we'll place a couple cushions and maybe some pillows on the ends. Now, even though the cushions will hide all this nice oak, you'll still be able to see it from the back and the ends. Now, when I went to buy the material for this, I ran into a problem. I wanted 4x4s for the corner post, solid oak. And I couldn't find any unless I was willing to wait a long time to get them or pay a premium price. But I was able to find some 8/4 by 4 oak. It's 3.5 inches wide and 1 3/4 inches thick. So what happens is if I glue 2 of them together, I end up with a piece of 4x4. Even though this material that I bought was a real good quality, when I glued it together, I still ended up with a slight variation between the 2 pieces. So what I have to do is even it up, and I'm using my thickness planer. The idea is to take about a 32nd of an inch off one of the face sides and one of the edges on all 4 blanks before I make any adjustments to the machine. Now just make a slight adjustment to my machine to take another 32nd of an inch off, this time on the opposing face and the opposing edge. Doing the process in this sequence assures me of 4 identical posts. Well, I've just finished laying out my post for several mortises that are necessary to join all the rails together. Now, the first one that I want to work on is a through mortise for the side rails. And what that allows me to do is expose the ends of my tenons, both at the top and bottom of the back post and at the top and bottom of the front post. Now, to make that mortise, I'm going to use my drill press, which I've set up with a mortising attachment. And it has several parts. One is this fence against which I hold the stock. Then there's a hold down piece right here which allows me to pull the chisel out of the work and not lift the piece of wood off the table. Then there's the chisel itself, which is a hollow square chisel that slips into a chisel holder which is attached to the spindle of the drill press. Now inside the chuck of the drill press is a bit, a special bit for this attachment which passes through the chisel, and it sticks below the chisel edge just slightly, and that's so that the drill will do most of the work, drilling out the wood first, and the chisel just squares it up. Now, because my mortise is 3/4 of an inch wide, I'm going to be doing this in 2 steps. One from this side with my 1/2 inch chisel, then I'll turn the work around to finish up the width. Also, I don't want to go all the way through the piece in one step. I'll do half of it from this side, and then I'll flip it over to do the remaining. Well, let's get going. So now I just need to do that to the other 3 legs. Well, now I've just completed cutting one of several mortises that I need in the sides of the post. And these don't go all the way through. They're only about 2.5 inches deep. And I'll show you over here on the prototype what they're for. The cross rails also have tenons, and they actually pass over the tenons from the side rails, but they don't go all the way through. I felt the post would be stronger that way. Now on the front post, I need only one side mortise because there's only a lower rail. But on the back post, I'm going to need 2. One for the top rail, one for the bottom rail. So I've been working on the final step of the mortising on the post. Let's look at the prototype and I'll show you what I'm trying to do. Now the mortises that I made for these through tenons are certainly large enough to hold the assembly together. But the problem is the rails are 5.5 inches high. That means the bottom part of this top rail isn't really supported. It could twist out of shape. And I suppose I could have solved the problem by just simply making a larger mortise, which would have given me a larger tenon. That only works up here on the top front. Every place else where there are cross rails coming in, if I had made a large mortise, the side tenon could have only been 1.5 inches long. And I don't think that's strong enough. So what I've done is taken the post and enlarged the mortise to give me the support I need to keep those rails from wanting to twist. Now the mortising attachment does a real nice job cutting these, but there's always a little bit of irregularity which you can either clean up using a rasp or a nice sharp chisel. Well, that seems to fit pretty snugly. Now what I have here is a sample of the tenons that I'm going to be making. I need tenons at all the connections where the rails meet the post. And what I want to end up with to start is a 4.5-inch high by 3/4-inch thick tenon. Now the most critical cut are the shoulder cuts along the face and at the top and the bottom. And that's because when you slide the tenon into the mortise, you want it to fit perfectly tight against the face of the post. The best way to make those tenon cuts is on the table saw. Now, the idea is to set up a reference so that you can make all 4 cuts without having to change anything. The first thought would be to simply set the rip fence the right distance from the blade and use your bevel gauge to just pass it through, turning it around. But that's dangerous because whenever you have the miter gauge and the rip fence used in combination, you stand the chance of kickback. You could take a stop block and clamp it to your fence behind the saw blade, and that becomes a reference point to guide the pieces through. Now for small pieces, that's okay. But the larger the piece gets, the more chance there is that as you go into the blade, you might slide a little bit or wander, and then that shoulder cut is not going to be very good. So what I've done is modified a miter gauge. Taken another one that I have here in the shop and screwed a piece of wood to it, a long, straight piece. And we're not even going to use the rip fence with this system. Just slide it out of the way. And after I put the piece of wood on the miter gauge, I made one pass through the saw. That gives me a precise location of where it's going to cut. From that mark, I can measure over whatever length tenon I want. In this case, I fastened a stop block here for my longer tenons, and later I'll move it to this other line for some short tenons. Now, all I have to do is hold my stock against the stop block and just keep passing it through. The first cut is along the face, 3/8 of an inch deep. I'll do both sides of both ends of all the pieces. Okay, now that's a 1/2 inch. I've raised the blade to a 1/2 inch above the table, and now I'm ready to make the shoulder cuts along the edges. Well, now I'm going to turn to my bandsaw to make the cheek cuts. And those are the cuts that remove the material around the sides of the tenon. Now on the bandsaw, if you try to hold a board that's only 1.5 inches wide, perfectly perpendicular to the table surface, it's not easy. It wants to rock. And even if I was to use the standard rip fence that comes with the saw, that's only 2 inches high. So I've made a device, a jig, to fit on it. 2 pieces of plywood screwed together at a perfect 90-degree angle, and that'll hold my piece correctly in line with the blade. Now I've set the fence the right distance away to take the material off the side of the tenon so that it falls away rather than on the other side where it might get jammed up in the blade. It's a 1-inch bandsaw blade because we're making such a big cut, and I've installed a stop block over here which will stop me from going too far and ruining those nice shoulder cuts. It works great, watch. Now I've removed my jig because for this cut I can use the standard rip fence because the material is on the flat. And I've set up to cut the top and bottom edges of the tenon. Well, now I've set the bandsaw up to make a cut so that I end up with a tenon that's exactly 2.5 inches wide. That's the piece that's going to go all the way through the post. The next cut will be right here, removing this waste material, and this is the part of the tenon that's going to stop it from twisting. Well, I've just laid out for some mortises that I'm going to cut to hold the slats in place. Now, the slats are set up in such a way that the space between is equal to the width of the slat itself, or approximately equal. And that's purely for aesthetic reasons. There's a whole series of slats on the side and down the back. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is cut the mortises for all those slats. I'm going to use the drill press again, which is still set up with the mortising attachment. And I've set it up to cut a mortise about 1 inch deep, centered on the piece, a 1/2 inch wide, and about 2 inches long. And there's quite a few, so it's going to take a while. Okay. Well, after staying in the shop late last night, I finally finished making all the mortises for the slats. And this morning I started dry fitting the piece together. Now, you might wonder why I go through all this trouble. Well, really what I want to do is make sure that all the mortises and tenons for the rails and the posts are correctly made and, fine-tune them. But more importantly, I want to check the distance between the top and bottom rail. And I've made a little stick which fits in this side, and I just measured it roughly. This is the side that has the greatest distance between the top and bottom rail. And I'm going to use this gauge stick to check the other areas. Now, on this end, it seems okay. But over here, it's not going to fit. And what I want to do here is make all the slats uniform, the same size. I want to mass produce them. So I'm going to trim a little bit off of these top rails to make them consistent. And to do that, I think I'll just use my joiner. Now, the joiner is the perfect tool for taking off small amounts of material like I have here. The overall amount that I have to remove is about 1/16 strong, or a little more than 1/16 of an inch. I don't want to take it off all at once. I've set the joiner up to remove about 1/32 of an inch at a pass, and I'll keep going until I get to my line. Well, now what I'm doing is making the shoulder cuts on the slats. There's actually 20 of them in all. And to do that, I've turned back to my jig, which is set up on my miter gauge, and all I've really done is moved my stop block over so that I get this shorter tenon. And to check the whole layout, I just use my gauge stick. And as you can see, when I place it in line with the shoulder cuts, they're even on both ends. So I'm all set. Well, as before, I'm turning to my bandsaw, equipped with the factory rip fence, to remove the rest of the material to complete the tenon. Well, what I've done now is tilted the fence on my joiner to 45 degrees. And what that does is it allows me to knock off the corners of the slats. You can't go by one of these pieces without wanting to touch it. I mean, that's part of the craftsman's style. So it's important that all the edges are eased. You don't have any sharp places to injure yourself, I suppose. And I'm going to start by easing the edges on the post. And to do that, I'm going to use a 3/8 inch radius rounding over bit, and I'm going to hit all the sharp corners. Well, now I'm ready to ease the edges on the 2x6s, and these clamps come in real handy. They not only secure to the workbench, but they also hold the piece securely in place while I route it. I've also switched to a 1/4 inch round-over bit, and it's not set to full depth. I'm just taking a little bit of these corners off. Well, now there's one more thing. I mustn't forget to round over the ends of the tenons where they stick through these posts, because if I don't do it now, I'll never be able to do it later. And I'll just use my router. Well, now I can't forget the sanding. Okay, now I'm ready for some assembly. And the first thing is to install the slats in the rails. And they're just dry, no glue on those tenons. But where the rails fit into the post, I have used glue. And also I numbered all the joints so that when I put it together, it's exactly as it was when it was dry fit. Boy, I almost don't need any glue on those joints. Now I have let all the slats float, except for a couple, the middle two along this back. And that's because as you sit on the couch, weight will be transferred to the bottom rail, and I don't want it to separate, so I'll just pin it with a couple dowels. Now, moving quickly, before the glue dries on all these tenons, I'm going to put this whole assembly together, clamp it, and pin it with some more dowels. Now for the tricky part, getting the other side on. Oh, well, I did it before. Well, now a clamp to hold it all together. Now for some dowels. Well, with the last dowel in, I can remove the clamps, sand the dowels flush to the post. Now I can put the frame and the plywood that's going to support the cushions. Now I've just made a frame out of some 1x3s to support the plywood. And I've got a couple additional cross members here, which is simply half-lapped together. I use this little guide stick to accurately position the frame while I nail it. And finally, a piece of plywood, glued and nailed to the frame. Well, a little more fine sanding and this piece will be ready for some finish. I suspect that Stickley probably would have finished it kind of dark. But you know, this oak is so handsome, I might think about using a clear finish. When it came time to apply the finish to my sofa, I could have used a brush, but it would have taken me a long time to go around all the slats. So I chose to use my home sprayer. The product is a water-soluble polyurethane. It's very hard, and because it dries quickly, I can put on 4 or 5 coats in about an hour and a half. It's non-toxic, but I do wear a mask to protect me from the mist that might be in the air. And best of all, I can clean the whole sprayer up in just a few minutes with soap and water. Oh boy, I can hardly wait for the cushions to show up for this sofa so I can move it in my office and enjoy it. If you like this style of furniture, you can build one too, especially with the help of this videotape and the measured drawing. Hope you have good luck.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the New Yankee Workshop, where today we're going to build this classic Chippendale mirror. It's made out of mahogany and features some nicely detailed fretwork. The inspiration came from a visit to a wonderful place, historic Deerfield, Massachusetts. That's coming up next, right here on the New Yankee Workshop.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
Well, once again, we're at historic Deerfield, Massachusetts. This time we're at the Dwight House. Now, this house was originally built in Springfield, Massachusetts, which is about 40 miles from here, in 1720. Then about 40 years ago, it was disassembled, moved to this site, and put back together. Now, looking at it, you'd think it was here forever. Also, look at the architecture. It's beautiful, especially this front entrance, which is a classic example of Connecticut Valley Baroque. Inside, it's filled with some wonderful antiques. And there's a very nice Chippendale or Georgian looking glass that I want to show you. Boy, I love the kitchen here at the Dwight House, especially this fireplace. Look at this. It's practically walk-in, made out of stone and brick with this wooden lintel. You know, I don't know what they were thinking of when they built this. How could a piece of wood like this survive in front of all the roaring fires that were in here? Somehow it did. And the masonry is almost continuous. It comes down through the fireplace area right into the floor. Look at this table. It has everything on it. Pitchers, bowls. And what's this? Salt? Or maybe sugar? I don't know. Oh, and this is more than just a mere table. It's a chair table. The top can be tipped back, and that becomes a seat, like the one we built. Oh, and look at this hutch, or kitchen cupboard. Boy, how many times do you think that knob has been turned? Pretty worn, I would say. Maybe that's where they kept the cookies, or maybe even the dog biscuits. Now, let's see, that looking glass, which room was that in? Oh, yeah, it's over here in this room. This is the formal parlor. Another room filled with nice antiques. And here's the mirror that I want you to see. There's scores of these throughout the museum, but none better than this one or more elegant. Nice fretwork, probably all cut with a handsaw. Seems to be a mahogany. And a nice molding that surrounds the mirror with some mitered corners. I think we have to have a couple of these. Now, before we begin, I'd like to reassure you that if you'd like to build an exact copy of today's project, that a measure drawing and a materials list is available. And you'll hear more about that before this program ends. I'd also like to take a minute to talk about shop safety. Be sure to read, understand, and follow all the safety rules that come with each of your power tools. Knowing how to use your tools safely will considerably lessen the possibility of personal injury. And remember this, there is no more important safety rule than to wear these safety glasses. Now I'll show you how to build this Chippendale mirror. Well, I suspect that the craftsman who built that Chippendale mirror that we saw at Old Deerfield probably raised his eyebrows a bit if he saw how I built ours. First of all, I backed the fretwork with a piece of high-pressure laminate. And that's because I noticed that on the solid fretwork, some of the corners tend to chip away and break. And I think this will hold it all together. Also, the applied molding that goes around the mirror was not turned out with a hand plane. It was turned out with my router table and joiner. And the fretwork was not cut with a hand coping saw. It was cut with a modern scroll saw. Now, to get started, I think I'm going to make the material that holds the mirror in place and has this little cove right here. So I took some 1¼ by 3/4 inch mahogany, and before I rabbet it out, I'm going to make the cove because it's a little bit easier. Now, here's my piece of stock, some 1x mahogany that's been ripped down to the right width, about 8-9 feet long. I'm going to make the cove on my router table, which is nothing more than a router motor mounted underneath this relatively large table. Now, there's also a fence, and this black portion is the fence that comes with the equipment. But I usually add an auxiliary fence, generally higher, and that allows me to clamp on jigs, and in this case, a feather board, which is nothing more than a piece of 1x stock, cut at about a 15-20 degree angle, with several saw cuts in it, so they act like fingers holding the work, in this case for this one, down to the table, and in this one, up against the rip fence. Now the cutter is a 1/2 inch cove bit, and I've raised it so that it's just slightly above the table to remove the material that I want. Well, now I've installed another feather board here at my table saw. The principle is the same, to hold the stock tightly against the rip fence as I push it through. Now to make the rabbet, the first cut will be done with the cove against the fence and facing down. I'm going to cut about 3/4 inch deep. Now for the next pass, I've raised the blade slightly, moved the rip fence a little bit to the right, and with the piece in the same orientation, I'll make the first cut for a rabbet that's going to hold the plywood back. Well, now I'm ready to make a couple passes to complete the rabbets. The first pass will be right in this area, right here. It'll cut through both of these little slivers, but it makes the rabbet for the mirror. The second pass will be right here, and that makes a rabbet for the plywood. In both cases, the cove will be up and towards the rip fence. Now, when you look at the mirror from the face side, there's a bit of a deception. The top corners are at a 45-degree angle. Yet if we look at the back, the frame is perfectly rectangular with 90-degree angles and mitered corners. I'm going to make those miter cuts here at the chop saw. The first thing I'm going to do is swing it over to 45 degrees and make one cut. I'm going to set my saw stop, and I'm going to cut these pieces about 1/8 of an inch longer than they need to be, and I'll show you why in a minute. Swing the saw back over to the other side of 45 and cut it off. Well, now I'll cut another one the same length. Okay, now that takes care of the 2 long pieces for the frame. I'm going to bring all these pieces to the workbench where I'm going to make the final cuts using this tool right here. It's a trimmer. It actually has an arm on it here that you move back and forth, and there's 2 heavy cutters. They act like a guillotine. They just shave the wood off. Now for guides, they've got these fences right here. It's set up at 45 now, but you can swing it to 90 or pretty much any place between. The idea is to just trim off a little bit of material at a time. It shaves it perfectly clean. Now that's what I call fine-tuning a miter joint. Now measuring from the end that I just trimmed, I'm going to mark the exact length, which for this short piece is 15 3/4. Then going to the opposite end of the tool, I slide the piece in, aligning my pencil mark with the intersection of this face right here of the fence, and trim it off. Well, now there are as many ways to clamp these frames together as there are picture framers or mirror framers, I suppose. This device seems to work pretty well. It's real simple. Threaded rod that goes into angled corners, perfect 90 degrees, and just wing nuts to tighten it together. What you do is actually set your pieces in dry first and get it so that it's approximately where it should be in terms of size. And just bring it snugly together. And once that's done, you're ready to start gluing up. So we'll just take one short piece out and apply a little bit of glue to the miter. Spread it with a brush. With both ends glued, I can just slip it into place. I won't do any clamping, though, until I finish gluing the other side. Now, when it's all clamped, I'll just let it set in these for a while as the glue dries. Well, we'll just set that aside to dry and start looking at the fretwork. Now, what I did last night before I left the shop was I took a couple pieces of 1x12 and planed them down so they were about 5/16 of an inch thick, and then edge glued them together. And now that it's dry, I can take the clamps off. Well, they don't call us Yankees for nothing. Yankees don't throw anything away, especially here at the workshop. And here you can see a bunch of scraps of plywood, but I also have some scraps of laminate. In fact, this is a piece that was left over from a project I did last year. Now, I cut the piece so that it's just about the same size as my blank, nothing fancy. And the idea is to glue the 2 pieces together. And to do that, I'm going to use a contact cement, putting a light coat on each piece and letting it dry until it's just tacky. I use this paper cup method because I don't want glue all over my can. Because it's a big can, I'm not going to use all of it in one shot. Now to spread it, I'm just going to use a scrap of laminate and just evenly move it around. I want to move fairly quickly here because this will dry pretty fast. Now, feeling both pieces, the glue is just tacky, but it doesn't come away on my finger as I touch it. So it's ready to be bonded together. All you really have to do is carefully lay the laminate on top of the wood, and you got to get it lined up because there's no second chance with this stuff. Just press it down with your hand to start. Then using this little J roller, go from the middle to the edge and press it down. Okay. Now I've made a pattern of all the fretwork and laid it out on some poster board and cut it out. And now I'll just use that as a pattern to lay out the mahogany. Now you might have noticed that my pattern is actually longer than my blank, and that's deliberate. I only need to get two pieces out of this blank, the top fretwork and the bottom fretwork. The area in between is only the frame that holds the two pieces together. It also allows me to cut it in half so that it'll be easier to handle it when I get to the scroll saw. Now the scroll saw, not something you see every day in the shop, but it comes in handy when you need it. Basically, it's an automated version of the coping saw. It uses a thin blade so that you can cut a tight radius, and the action is up and down. It just strokes up and down. You can control the speed down here, and the speed will depend on the thickness of the material, how hard it is, and what size the blade is that you're using. And another great little feature is this tube, which actually blows air out from the bottom to keep your sight line clear. Works great. Where that scroll saw does a nice job. In fact, it cuts the wood so smoothly that I don't think I'm going to have to do much sanding here along the edge. Maybe a little touch-up before I put the finish on. Now I think the frame has had enough time sitting in the clamp that it's dry, so we can continue with the work. Now to reinforce the corners, I'm going to put a couple 1-inch brads, holding them towards the back side of the frame, 1 in from each direction. When I cut the fretwork for the mirror, I made it a little bit narrower. The opening is narrower than the outside dimensions of the frame. There also left some room at the bottom. And that's so that I can run a rabbet around the edges to hold the fretwork in place. So what I have to do now is just lay out the location of where the fretwork stops on this side and this side, because I don't want the rabbets running through. Now to make the rabbet, I'm going to turn to my router table once again. This time it's set up with a 3/8 inch straight cutting bit. And I've also installed this stop block, and what that is a guide. I have to make 2 cuts where I need to plunge the work in and push it through. And that guide tells me where to start. I'll just move my guide block to the other line, which is the leading edge of the bit, and finish the rabbiting. Now with a sharp utility knife and a chisel, I'm going to square up the ends of those rabbets. Well, so far we've got a frame with 4 90-degree corners. And that's okay down at the bottom, but at the top I want to have a little angled section of this cove. So we'll do that next. I've just made the first of 2 cuts I need for that piece. One here, and then I'll make another one over here, both at 22.5 degrees. Notice I didn't cut all the way through. I don't want to lose the whole frame. I want to keep this corner tied together. Now to remove the material between the 2 cuts, I could use a chisel and a hammer, but that much impact might loosen up this joint. So I'm just going to use my router, which I've set up with a 1/2-inch mortising bit, and carefully remove the material. Now to fill in between the 2 cuts, I'm going to use the same molding that I used to make the frame. Except I don't need all of it. I only need this top portion. So I'll just rip off the excess. Well, no clamps or nails here, just a little bit of glue to hold it in place. Now the rest of the material down to my rabbet, I'll simply remove with my chisel. Well, that's what it should look like. Now we're ready to apply the fretwork to all of this assembly. Now I'm going to attach the fretwork to the frame with some hot glue. I don't have any time to talk about this very long because the glue sets quickly. Now I'll just put in a couple brads. You know, attaching the fretwork in this manner really makes it strong. It ties everything together. Notice that the final assembly is a molding that goes all the way around the mirror, a flat piece of stock that's been shaped. And to make the mold, I'm going to use my router table. I'm starting out with some 7/8 inch by 3/4 inch stock, and I'm using an OG bit. But the real trick here is the jig. I've cut some little wedges at 30 degrees, which I've just tacked to my wooden fence. I've cut another piece here with a bevel at 60 degrees, giving me a nice 90-degree corner. And I've also installed the featherboard once again to hold the stock down. It works really well. Watch. Well, now I'm going to turn to my joiner to make one more improvement on this molding. I don't like this little point coming down, so I'm going to run it through, just flattening that out. So I've adjusted the fence and the blade, and I'll run it through. One final pass through the table saw gives me the thickness that I need. Now this is the time that I want to give everything a light sanding to remove any pencil marks and to make sure that the fretwork is flush with the frame. Well, once again, I'm turning to my miter box to make the initial cuts for this molding, and then I'll use the trimmer to fine-tune them. A little bit of glue to help hold everything together. And I'll just hold everything in place with a few little brads. Now you really see the value of this molding. It does a real good job in concealing the joint between the fretwork and the frame. Yes, it did. That takes care of that molding. Now, I guess before I put the mirror in this frame, I have to seriously consider how I'm going to finish it. I guess one of the reasons that furniture makers like working with mahogany so much is because it's a very porous wood, so it takes stain very well. It goes deeply into the grain. Now for this piece, I'm using a wild cherry stain. I'll give it a light coat, let it sit for a while, and then rub the excess off. Now before the stain gets completely dry, I'm just taking a clean rag and rubbing the stain so that I take off any of the excess. It also allows me to control the color. And finally, a couple coats of a very hard gloss polyurethane. And this piece is just about ready to hang on the wall. I hope that the patterns that we included in the measured drawings and the step-by-step instructions in the videotape helped you build this American classic.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the New Yankee Workshop, where today we're going to build this 7-drawer chest on chest. It's made out of cherry, and it features some nice solid brass pulls. We traveled to old historic Deerfield, Massachusetts for inspiration, and I'll show you how I built it coming up next, right here on the New Yankee Workshop.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
Well, today we're in historic old Deerfield, Massachusetts. And in the late 1600s, this was the site of some ferocious Indian attacks. In fact, the entire town was pretty much destroyed. But in the 18th and 19th century, on the same site, there was some wonderful houses built. And throughout that period of time, up until now, they've been filled with some glorious antiques, like this one, the Sheldon Hawks house. Now, this was built in 1743, and it's only had 2 owners up until the time it became part of the museum. And inside, there's a wonderful chest on chest that I want you to see. Come on. Boy, how's this for a room? They would have referred to this as the South Parlor. And it's filled with some antiques. Look at this, a nice table with a china tea service all set out, ready to go. And another table over here, nice antique chairs. Looks like we're ready for dinner almost. A huge fireplace with some nice brass andirons, nicely polished. And look at these panels. This one is the one that really caught my eye. It must be 35 inches high. This would be the width of the tree. It's all one board. Amazing. Now over here in this room, this was known as the South Kitchen, and here's the piece that I want you to see. This was built by a local craftsman by the name of Daniel Clay, and in fact, a lot of his pieces are on display here at the museum. It's a cherry chest on chest. It has a nicely shaped leg down here, some flutes on this corner, which lead up into what's known as a lamb's tongue. And I have some pretty good ideas at how I can make that back at the shop. There are 8 drawers, and look at this. The rails that come across have a slight, like a dovetail fit here so that it won't spread apart. Some very elegant brass hardware. And these key plates, they're just there for decoration. There's no working hardware in there. Anyway, I guess on this top drawer, you wouldn't need any hardware because only the senior set in the family can see what's in there. I think it's very well proportioned, and I'm going to measure it up. Before we get started, I'd like to reassure you that if you'd like to build an exact copy of today's project, that a measured drawing and a materials list are available. And you'll hear more about that before this program ends. Now I'd like to talk about shop safety. Make sure to read, understand, and follow all the safety rules that come with your tools. Knowing how to use your tools safely greatly reduces the possibility of personal injury. But remember this, there is no more important safety rule than to wear these safety glasses. Now I'll show you how I built today's project. Well, I've just finished belt sanding 4 cherry panels, which will become part of our version of that wonderful chest-on-chest that we saw. The panels are made up of 3 solid cherry boards, 3/4 inch cherry glued together. But I use a method of biscuit joinery, a special tool that cuts a slot and these little beach biscuits. And combined with some glue, you're going to end up with a joint that's extremely strong. Now, I also made 4 pine panels back here. You don't see these, but they become the bottom and top of the lower chest and the bottom and top of the upper chest. I'm going to get started by ripping all these panels to the correct width. But the first thing I want to do is give myself a nice, clean, smooth edge. So I'll make one pass over my joint. With that smooth edge planed, I'll put that against my rip fence. This is for the bottom panel, and I want to have a width of 17 inches finished. So I'm going to cut it about 17 1/32 and then run it through my joiner again. Cross-cutting my panels perfectly square is a cinch with my homemade panel cutter. Well, I've just made a rabbet joint along the back edge of each of the cherry panels. And that's so that the plywood backing can be recessed on the top and bottom chest. Well, I've readjusted my rip fence to make a rabbet in the panels of the lower chest only. And that rabbet has to be 3/8 by 3/4 to receive the bottom pine panel and the top pine panel. So back here at the prototype, I want to show you how the upper chest sides are joined together. There's a cherry rail, which also supports the drawer. And I suppose I could have joined that to the side with a butt joint or even a dado joint. But I chose a dovetail joint because it looks good and it's extremely strong. I made the dovetail joint with this 3/4 inch bit, but it's too big to make it all in one pass. So I'm going to start with a 3/8 inch straight bit set up in my router. I've laid out the location of each rail, and I've clamped the straight edge on the right distance from where I need to make the cut. And I want to come in about 2.5 inches. With all the straight cuts made, I'll now switch to the dovetail bit. With the same dovetail bit mounted in my router, which is now under this router table, I'm able to make the male part of that dovetail joint. For the upper portion of the chest, the top and bottom pine panels get fastened with some screws. Well, glue, along with our dovetail joint, are the only things necessary to hold the rails to the sides. Well, let's take another look at the upper chest of our prototype. There's a 1-inch cleat on the side of every drawer, and the drawer will rest on it and slide on it. Now I'm going to fasten that cleat with a screw in the center, and there's just a little dab of glue beneath it. And then on each end, I'm just going to use a nail, no glue. And this will allow the side to move freely and not split. The 1/4 inch plywood on the back of the case is fastened with a little glue and some brads. I've just taken a piece of stock, which is about 1 3/4 by 1 5/8, and put a rabbet in it. It'll become one of these corner posts on the lower chest. The rabbet is so that it'll fit over the side panel. It gives me more glue surface, and it's just a much stronger and better joint. Let's look at some of the details of that corner post back at the prototype. Notice that it's sculpted at the top and the bottom, and in between it's cut at a 45-degree angle. First thing I did was laid out that sculpting on my corner piece. It takes a little imagination as to how you're going to cut that, but what I've done is made a cradle into which the corner piece sits. And what that does is it holds the piece at exactly 45 degrees to the saw blade. So I feed it through using the cradle. My drum sander attachment in my drill press does a nice job smoothing out any bandsaw marks that were left. And now we're ready to start the fluting. To do the fluting, I'm going to use my overarm router, which is set up with a 1/4 inch round nose bit. And again, I've set the piece in that cradle. I've laid it out, and now I'll just lower the router in and plow out the material. Well, the rails on the lower chest are a little bit different. They're dovetailed to the sides, but they have to fit around the corner. So what I'm going to do is hold it so that the face is flush, trace the outline, and now I want to remove this material. Well, that's the first cut. The second cut can't be done in the miter box. I can do it either by hand or use my bandsaw. Okay, that's the way that should fit. Now I'm ready to lay out the top and bottom rails, and I'll cut those the same way. Now this bottom pine panel is also notched to go around the corners. You won't even see this panel. The top panel, however, you will see the front edge, so I'm going to add this piece of cherry, and to join it together I'm going to use some biscuits. So now I'll just cut some slots for the biscuits. Now the lower chest is assembled using some glue, some screws, and some clamps, much like I assembled the top one. And I'll set it aside to dry overnight. Well, we've got some sunshine this morning, and the cabinet has dried overnight, and I can remove my clamps. Now it's really just the glue that holds the corner to the sides, and also these rails, and everything is set together now. I've made some runners for the drawers, a couple pieces of stock glued together and nailed. And they get fastened similar to the ones in the upper chest. Just a little dab of glue in the middle where the screw is. I'll fasten it to the side and add a couple nails. Then I'll be ready for the back. Now I'm ready to start working on the legs of the chest. There's 6 pieces, 3 on each side, 2 on the corner, which are mitered, and 1 on this back edge. Now this shape is cut on the bandsaw. And this shape, which may look complicated, is not that difficult to make. What I did is I started out with a piece of 8/4 stock, and using a template, traced the outline of a section through that leg. And here's the material I want to remove, in this area and over here. I'm going to remove this material using my router, which is equipped with a round nose bit and a fence. Now here's a scrap from the prototype. And what I did is made a series of passes to remove the majority of material, and then I'll sand it out later to make it smooth. Well, that takes care of that. I'll sand the rest of that out. Now over here for this corner, I can take that off on my table saw. I'm tracing the outline of the leg from a template I made of the original. It's on the back side of the piece that I just milled. I've laid out 3 rights and 3 lefts. Now I'm going to use my radial arm to cut the pieces to length. Well, the bandsaw does a real nice job cutting these out. Here I'm using a 1-inch drum sander with some 80 to 100 grit paper in it to clean up the bandsaw marks along the inside of the contour. Well, all the legs have been sanded with just about every machine I have here in the shop, and they turned out pretty well. The idea now is to miter the corners to make those front pairs of legs. And to do that, I use my table saw and my miter gauge. With a glue block and a little glue, some screws and a clamp, we'll put these corner feet together. Well, while those legs dry, we'll start working on the drawers. The first thing I want to do is work on the front. The drawer front has a rabbet that's on the top and the two ends, and that's so it'll fit over the case. Now I've set up the table saw with a dado head cutter and a wooden fence to protect the blade, and all I have to do is run it through. Each drawer front is joined to the side with a series of dovetail joints. So I've clamped the drawer front in the jig with the inside of the drawer facing up, and I've set up my router with a collar and a dovetailing bit. The collar simply follows the template and the bit does the work. Watch. Well, now I'll just flip it end for end and do the other edge. Now, it's a good idea to keep all your drawer parts together as you do the next step. I need a groove in the sides and in the front for the 1/4-inch plywood bottom. And I've set up my dado head cutter in the table saw, and now I'll just run them through. The back of the drawer is joined to the side with a 1/2-inch dado joint. So I need to make a joint down the back edge of each of the side pieces. I've readjusted the table saw and the dado head, and I'm ready to make those cuts. The next step is to put this decorative edge on all 4 sides of the drawer front, and I'll do that on my router table. Well, even though the drawers vary from one to another, they're all made exactly the same way. That takes care of all the drawers. Now I'm ready to go back to work on the legs. You saw me put this small block in the corner to hold the miter together. Now I've added 2 more blocks along the top edge for some additional support. And they just get put on with some glue and screws. Now the back legs don't have a return, so for some additional support I've cut this pine block and I've added some biscuits in there for some extra strength. This also gets fastened in place using some glue and screws and one little biscuit along the back edge. Well, I'll tell you, this thing is heavy. I'm going to set it on the bottom chest and fasten it in place with some screws. I've added a molding down here at the bottom. Make a transition between the leg and the lower chest. Really dresses it up. I'm going to do the same thing up here where the 2 chests meet. Add another molding. On the top of the chest, I've added some extra cleats to give me more nailing for the molding. It's a 2-piece molding, and this is the first piece that goes on. Now this top piece is a piece of 1x stock that sits on the lower piece. It has sort of an ogee detail, and that just gets glued and nailed in place. Okay, let's see what the whole thing looks like. Well, that's not too bad. I'm not going to bother putting the hardware on it now. I'm going to wait till after I finish it. As this cherry ages, it'll darken naturally, but it takes a long time. So I'm going to help it along by putting on a coat of wild cherry stain. Now, after it sets up for a bit, I'll wipe off the excess. Now that's the look that I'm after. To protect this piece, I'm going to put on several thin coats of a water-based satin finish polyurethane. And it's amazing that all you need is a foam brush to put it on. It does go on a little bit milky, but it'll dry perfectly clear. Now this 320 grit wet dry sandpaper is the perfect choice for sanding between coats. And while I'm at it, I'm going to fill in any nail holes. I'm using some colored putty, and you just rub it into the hole and take off the excess. Now I don't want to kid you for a moment. This is an ambitious project. But what do you think? Doesn't it look like it's worth it? I hope that with the help of the videotape and the measured drawing and some time, you'll be able to build this one too.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the New Yankee Workshop, where today we're going to build this English garden bench made of teak. Now it looks like an ambitious project, and it is, but I know you can do it, and I'm going to show you how, coming up next, right here on the New Yankee Workshop.
The New Yankee Workshop, features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
Well, I didn't have the nerve to wear my plaid shirt here in London, and as you can see, I left my tool belt back at the shop. But I thought it would be the perfect place to find an authentic English garden bench. How's this one over here? A perfect example. Originally, they were made from English oak, but when all those trees were cut down, they went to teak, a perfect choice in this damp English weather. Now, if I can only find my tape measure, we could copy it. Before we get started, I'd like to reassure you that if you'd like to build an exact copy of today's project, that a measure drawing and a materials list are available. And you'll hear more about that before this program ends. Now I'd like to talk about shop safety. Be sure to read, understand, and follow all the safety rules that come with your tools. Knowing how to use your tools safely greatly reduces the possibility of personal injury. And remember this, there is no more important safety rule than to wear these safety glasses. Now I'll show you how I built today's project. Boy, that is tough stuff. Teak. And when it came time to build our garden bench, what other choice would there be? Especially after seeing how all those garden benches held up so well for decades without any maintenance. Now it's expensive and you're going to have to search around for it, but it's well worth it. I managed to find some rough teak and plane it down myself. Now I learned a couple things about teak. It drills, saws, and sands beautifully. It's very predictable. But to plane it for thickness, it dulls planer blades quicker than you would believe. What I found out from reading in one of my wood books was that it contains silica, and that might be one of the reasons that it dulls the blade so quickly. Now to get started on our project, I want to cut these shaped pieces, the curves in the front leg, the armrest, the back leg and backrest, which is angled and curved at the top. So over here on my lumber rack, I have all the teak that I need to build the bench, cut approximately to the right size. And this piece has been laid out for one of the front legs. It's straight and then curved up at the top. I'm going to use my bandsaw to make the cuts, and I've set it up with a 1/4-inch blade. The reason I want to use a 1/4-inch blade is that some of the radius or the curves are fairly tight, and the narrower the blade, the easier it is to cut the curves. Now also, this particular cut runs straight for about 20 inches, and then it curves. So I've set up a rip fence to cut the straight portion, and when I reach the curve, I'll slide the fence out of the way and finish the cut. Cuts just like butter, or at least hard cheese. It's very predictable. And now I'll cut another one of these. Well, the next piece to cut are these armrests. I need 2 of these. It's the same thickness stock as the front leg was, but the layout is a little different. It's almost totally curved, no straight portions. Look at this piece. It has kind of an interesting grain effect right here, which I'm going to leave so they can see that when it's finished. Now I have to cut this all freehand, no rip fence. And what I like to do is just eyeball it. I want to get the blade so that it just leaves the line. And I don't want to make any mistakes at the price of this stuff. The next piece to make is this back leg backrest piece. And to make it, I need a piece of timber 4 by 6. Now, for those of you concerned where this teak comes from, I've been assured by my supplier that it was plantation grown, specifically for making projects like this, not stripped from a rainforest. Now, this piece has the angles and a curved top, and I can't really use my rip fence to help me, so I'm going to have to cut it all freehand. So I'm just going to take my time back at the bandsaw. Well, despite the fact that there are no intersecting joints on the back of this member, I still have to sand it smooth. I can't use the joiner, but I can use my belt sander. And I've clamped both of the members in the vise, and I'll just sand them together nice and smooth. All right, both of those surfaces line up pretty well. And now to finish off any areas that I couldn't do on the joiner or the belt sander, like these curves, these tight curves, I'm going to use my drill press, which is outfitted with this little drum sander. And I've put some 100 grit paper on it. Well, that does a great job. And I'll use the drum sander for the rest of the parts as well. All the joinery on the bench is made with mortise and tenons. Here's a tenon, the corresponding mortise, and down here another mortise with the corresponding tenon. And we choose this type of joinery because it's with a little bit of glue and some dowels, it's extremely strong. Now what I had to do first though was to lay out all the mortises very carefully on each piece following the plan and double checking them before I start to clean them out. Now to clean them out, I'm using my drill press set up with a 3/4 inch Forstner bit, and that'll give me a nice flat bottom. Here's where this mortise wants to be, and the depth is set on the drill press so that it doesn't go all the way through, it'll stop at a predetermined depth. The idea is to remove as much material as possible with the bit so that I'll have less work chiseling it out later. Well, now it's time for some handwork. I need a 3/4 inch chisel and a 1 inch chisel. And this is the part of the job that takes some time, patience, and sharp tools. First thing I want to do is remove these little ridges. And I really don't even need a mallet. A nice sharp chisel, you can just shave it right down. You know, this teak, it cuts so beautifully, I can't believe that just with a chisel and hand pressure I can just shave it away. Now I'll switch to my 3/4 inch chisel. I'm using a 3/4 inch chisel because it's exactly the same width as my mortise. And I'll chisel out the remaining corners. Well, that looks pretty good. Only 19 more to go. But with all the mortises cut in the end members, I'm now ready to start working on the tenons, the part that fits into the mortise, on this bottom rail and on this piece up here, which is the top rail and the seat support. And I'll do that over on the table saw. Well, over here I've attached a guide block to the rip fence, and I'm going to use my miter gauge to push the stock through. Now I've set it up so that the distance from the guide block to the outside edge of the blade is 1.5 inches, the length of my tenon. And the height of the blade has been set to 3/8 of an inch depth, the amount of material I want to remove. The next thing I want to do is make this shoulder cut right here. I don't have to change the fence, but I do have to lower the blade, and I'll use my prototype piece as a gauge. That should do it, and now I'll run all the pieces through. Well, that's one way to make these cheek cuts, just using the saw blade and nibbling away at it. It's time-consuming, but it's fairly accurate. Now I'm going to show you another way to make those cheek cuts. Now this is a tenoning jig made by the manufacturer of this saw. Every manufacturer has their own version. Now this one rides in the same slot as the miter gauge. It's heavy cast iron, it's very well built, and what it does is it allows you to hold pieces of wood in a vertical position, clamping them quickly with this clamp, and cutting very accurate tenons. But best of all, it's very safe. I've just removed the material along the narrow side of the tenon. Now I could nibble that away, or I could use a hand saw to remove the material, but the bandsaw is just quicker. Have a look at the seat braces here in the middle and these end rails. They have a slight curve downward to give the seat a nice gentle look. And I've traced the outline on my rail, and that's another job for the bandsaw. That takes care of smoothing out that cut. Now I just want to dry fit the pieces together. This rail goes into that mortise. We take the front leg and that slips on here. Now there's a couple more tenons that I have to make. I need one at the top of the front leg, and the mortise from the bottom of the armrest goes over that. And I need another tenon at the back of the armrest, and that fits into this mortise on the back of the rest. Now to cut these, I could cut them with the bandsaw, I could cut them by hand, or I could cut them with the table saw. But since I have a radial arm, I've set it up with a dado head cutter to just nibble away the material. Now that takes care of that side of the tenon. Now on the other side of the armrest is the corresponding angle. And in order to cut that, I'm going to have to swing my radial arm 12.5 degrees on the other side of 0. And I'll make sure that I keep the straight edge of the armrest up against the fence. The tenon that's at the top of the front leg is cut the same way. And now I just have to trim up the tenons using the bandsaw. Let's look back at our prototype again. In some cases where the mortises are at the same height, they intersect one another. And the tenons would hit each other unless I mitered them in the corners like this. So I'm going to use my power miter box to make that cut. I want to round over the top edge of this armrest so that it isn't sharp. And I'll go along the top and come around and stop right about here because I don't want to go where my joint is. And to round that over, I'll simply use my router, which is set up with a 1/2 inch rounding over bit. Before I start my assembly, I have mixed up some waterproof glue. And that might seem like an extreme, but I want to use this as a precaution so that this bench is going to stay together forever. It's a 2-part mix. There's a resin and a catalyst, and once you put the two together and mix them up, you end up with a glue, once it's dried, that's impervious to water, insects, and even chemicals. Now it's a little messy, so you have to be careful using it. You can clean it up with water before it dries, and what you want to do is just use a brush and spread a little bit in the joints. You don't need very much because the joinery is fairly tight. Now put a little bit of glue on the tenon. Now I can just slip the joint together. And in a minute I'll put a dowel in to hold it all together. I'll wipe off any of that excess glue before it dries. Now these clamps are really made just to hold the pieces tightly together and square while I drill for dowels. Now for those dowels, I'm going to use a 3/8" brad point bit, and I've set up a collar here so I don't go all the way through the piece. I do want to go far enough through, though, so that I go through the tenon and into the other side of the mortise so it'll lock everything together. Okay, now I'm just going to take a nail and just put a little bit of this waterproof glue on it. And just dab a little inside the hole so that when I drive the dowel in, it'll get glued and it won't pop out later. Now for a dowel, 3/8" birch dowel. And I'll trim the excess off later. Now that takes care of the excess dowel that was sticking up. Note that I've removed the clamps. They're no longer necessary. The dowels will hold it together while the glue sets up. Now those assemblies are joined together by a series of rails. The back has a top rail and a bottom rail with slats in between. And out front here, there's another rail at the front edge of the seat. Each rail fits into a mortise. So I need a tenon at the end of each rail, and I'll cut those over on the table saw like I did with the side rails. Now this is a piece of 2x3, which is the bottom rail of the back. And using my guide block and my T-square, I'll make the shoulder cuts first. Well, I could finish off the tenon by nibbling it away, I suppose. But since I have enough height here in the shop, and I've got my tenoning jig, this is the way to do it. Well, now I have to trim the narrow side of the tenon. And again, I could cut it by hand, but why waste a bandsaw when it's right here in the shop? In order for this back rail to fit into this mortise correctly, I'm going to have to miter the corner so that it'll intersect the miter of the other tenon. And I'll do that over here on my miter box. Now these are the two back rails, and I've laid out a series of mortises into which these slats will fit. They just float in there. They're not attached with any mechanisms or glue, and I could drill them out and chisel them by hand like I did on the prototype, but I want to show you this attachment for my drill press. It's a mortising attachment, and it comes with this fence, and then there's a bracket here which holds the wood down so as you lift the chisel out, it doesn't lift up. And there's a yoke right here into which fits a square chisel, and then you slide a drill bit into that. And as the drill press pushes down, the drill will start the hole and the chisel will square it up. It's very quick and it's accurate. Now the first piece I want to work on is the top rail where the mortises go straight down. Boy, that works great. You know, when I did the other one by hand, it took me almost an hour to make the same number of mortises that I just did in 10 minutes. Now for a difficult part of the project, but a nice refinement for our garden bench. This bottom rail runs parallel to the lower portion of the leg here, as well as the top rail runs parallel to the backrest slant. Now I suppose I could twist this bottom rail so that the mortises for the slats would be straight in. But this little turn back down gives a lot of refinement to the project, but it means a little bit more work. Now what I have to do is figure out a way to drill the mortises at a 12.5-degree angle, which is the same as the angle we used on the armrest. So I've cut some wedges, one that sits in the bottom, that's 12.5 degrees, another one in the back, another one in the front. And what happens is the piece sits in like this. The mortise machine works straight down, yet it's setting the mortise at a 12.5-degree angle. And I'll do it the same way I did the top rail. Now I just want to round over the top of this top rail along the back, and the only thing I need to do that is a 1/2 inch round over bit set up in my router. Okay, let's assemble it. No dowels, no glue. Friction will take care of it. Well, this is a time you could use the help of 16 of your closest personal friends, one for every slat. But be patient, you'll get it all together. The bench has 2 intermediate supports with tenons that fit into mortises along the front rail. I'll cut that mortise next, and I'll use my drill press with the mortising attachment, except this time I won't use the fence, I'll just cut it freehand. Now I need to cut a tenon on the end of those intermediate supports to fit into those mortises. That's good. Now what I have to do is cut a notch in the other end of the piece where it meets the back rail, like this. And now the curve. Well, now it's time to assemble the bench. A little more waterproof glue on the tenons. I've already put some in the mortises. So now I should just be able to carefully slip these together and drive them down with my mallet. Now this is the front rail. I'll slip that in this mortise. Now a little glue in the mortises of the other arm. This waterproof glue is great stuff, but you got to get it off, any excess off, with a wet rag before it hardens, or you'll never get it off. Good. Now let's see if the other side fits on there. Well, as before, we'll pin it all together with some glue and some dowels. A little bit of glue on the tenon of this center support, and we'll slip that into the mortise. Now I'm just going to drill a hole down through the top and pin it with a dowel. Now here on the bottom side, where only the chipmunks are going to see it, I think I'll fasten this member with a screw because it'll hold better. Well, now we're ready for the seat. First slat to go on is this front one, and basically it's even with the leg. Now the back slat just butts up against the backrest. Now for the center 3 slats, I just use this little spacer block to just space them out equally. Now to fill these little counterbore holes, I've got a little trick. What I have here set up in my drill press is a plug cutter. It's really a bit that has a hollow core, and it'll bore out these little plugs. So I've taken a piece of teak to match the rest of the project, and after they're bored, you just take a screwdriver and you pop them out. You end up with a nice little teak plug. You bring it over, dab a little bit of the waterproof glue on the bottom edge and fill the hole. I'll drive it down with my mallet. I'll trim it flush, sand it down, and it'll blend in perfectly with the rest of the project. Well, there it is. I wonder what it'll look like out in the garden. After sitting out in the weather for a couple months, this is what your teak garden bench should look like. Now, if you enjoyed building this, here are some of the other new Yankee projects that you can build right in your own home workshop. Here's a workbench, a useful item in any shop. This is a drop leaf table, a classic addition to any home. Here is a blanket chest, a wonderful heirloom piece to build and have. The bedside table is shaker-inspired and a popular piece. Take a look at the bathroom vanity. Its design draws on the dry sinks of the past. This handsome trestle table is patterned after one found on the island of Nantucket. The bookcase, a revival of an old beauty found at Sturbridge Village. The chest of drawers is a traditional piece based on a shaker design. Look at the candle stand with its beautifully turned center column and gently curving legs. Here is a hutch, an indispensable item in any kitchen or dining room. My writing desk is made of maple with a smooth writing surface and lots of useful storage compartments. The corner cupboard makes good use of those often unused areas in your home. Here's a medicine cabinet made from oak and featuring box joints. This child's rocking horse is fashioned after one we found at Old Sturbridge Village. Made of ash, it features a heart-shaped saddle. Here's the Adirondack chair, a popular piece of outdoor furniture. This one is built of cypress wood and needs no preservatives. The elegant mahogany butler's table has 4 leaves which fold down on solid brass hinges. The kitchen cupboard is a useful piece, good for storing dishes, books, and foodstuffs. Made of pine, it features open shelves above and a base cabinet below. This curved hearthside settle is a unique piece, useful beside a fireplace or in a hallway. It also features a storage compartment. How about this pencil post bed with its 8-sided bedpost made of poplar? It's a graceful piece of furniture. Look at this chair table, a comfortable and serviceable piece. It features a tabletop that pivots back to form a backrest and a seat with a drawer underneath. This kitchen work table is built of poplar and cherry, and it also functions well as a dining room table. Here is the mission-style sofa, inspired by one from the Craftsman era. It's made of solid oak and includes mortise and tenon joinery. With this mahogany Chippendale mirror, I'll demonstrate how best to use a trimmer and clamps to get the best results for frames of any type. This chest on chest is designed after one we found at historic Deerfield. Made of cherry, it features contoured feet and dovetail joinery. For a real classic, you'll want to build this teak garden bench. Assembled entirely with mortise and tenon joinery and pegs, it will last forever. The Entertainment Center is a project based on a couple classic designs, but adapted to modern-day uses. Built with cherry and plywood, it's sure to become a favorite. And that's the new Yankee collection.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the new Yankee Workshop. Now this is a project that we've had a lot of requests for, an entertainment center. And this design has plenty of room for the CD player, the VCR, and a TV, plus a storage area down below. Now it's made out of cherry veneer plywood and solid cherry raised panel doors. That's coming up next, right here on the new Yankee Workshop.
The new Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
Today we're in Salem, Massachusetts, where the Essex Institute has lovingly preserved several old houses from the 17th, 18th, and 19th century, which are also open to the public. Today we're in front of the Crown and Shield Bentley House. There's a couple pieces I want you to see inside. Come on. The main vestibule. Now, if I remember right, this room over here is the east parlor. And today it's set up for some formal dining over in this corner. And then over here, it appears that on this old wooden candle stand, everything you need to enjoy the latest Nathaniel Hawthorne novel. Let's go back in the kitchen. Now, this room isn't quite as formal, but I'll tell you, it has every gadget and utensil that you need to prepare any kind of meal. And over in this corner, this was the thing that caught my eye the first time in here. What do you suppose it is? Well, if you guessed a baby tender, you're right. Junior sits down in this hoop, and it contains him. He learns how to walk better, and he occupies himself by going around in circles. But this is what I wanted you to see, this simple kitchen cupboard. The thing that I really like about it is that the proportions, especially its width for its height, are just right. I also like this plain cornice detail and the nice opening here at the bottom, which makes it look more like a piece of furniture than a fixed cupboard. I also like the fact that it has two doors, so if you know what you're looking for, you only have to open up part of it. But you know, our entertainment center is something that you're going to put in a bedroom or in your living room, and I want it to be a little bit fancier. So keep in mind all the details we saw here. I'm going to show you something else upstairs. Well, up here on the second level, in one of the bedrooms, is a wonderful example of a desk bookcase. And it has this nice pair of raised panel doors. And they're just about the right proportions for what I'm thinking of. So maybe I can combine the raised panel idea with some of the elements I saw down in the cupboard and come up with our project. Guess I better get to the drawing board. Now, before we begin, I'd like to reassure you that if you'd like to build an exact copy of today's project, that a measured drawing with the materials list is available. And you'll hear more about that before this program ends. I'd also like to take a minute to talk about shop safety. Be sure to read, follow, and understand all the safety rules that come with your power tools. Knowing how to use your tools safely will considerably lessen the possibility of personal injury. And remember this, there is no more important safety rule than to wear these safety glasses. Now I'll show you how I built today's project. You know, I really like the proportions of that old cabinet. But when it came time to build mine, I had to take some things into consideration that they didn't have. TVs, VCRs, CD players. So I built the cabinet wide enough and deep enough to accept a full-size TV. And I put in some adjustable shelf standards so that I could move the shelves around for the VCR and any other electronic equipment I wanted above. And down below, I've built a storage area, again with some adjustable shelves, but this is the area for the things I don't want to see, the tapes, the CDs, and any other equipment. Now, my cabinet has a solid cherry face frame and solid cherry raised panel doors. I made the raised panel doors on the shaper, something I haven't shown you before, but you'll see it today. Now, the rest of the cabinet is cherry veneer plywood. Here's a piece here, 3/4-inch cherry on the front and on the back, a nice veneer. Now I'd say it's kind of a toss-up as to which side is the best side. Sort of a judgment call. Look it over, and here I've picked this side to be the side I want to see. Now cutting sheets of plywood like this in a one-man shop is not an easy job. So I've added some accessories to my table saw. An outfeed table, another table over here to my right, and a nice T-square rip fence. Now the first thing I'm going to do is set my fence to 23 7/8 using my indicator line, the crosshair, and my built-in tape measure. But I don't depend on that totally. The rule still holds here. Always measure twice and cut once. So we're okay with that. Now I've also added a couple rollers out on this end of the table because I'm going to be cutting the 2 feet off the top of a sheet, the 4-foot width. I don't want it to drop down. Now that's the way to cut full sheets of plywood. I've just moved my rollers out in front of the table saw, and I'm going to take this sheet, I'm going to rip it in half. Now I'll adjust the width of the rip to 23 5/8. Check it, and make the final cut. Okay, that takes care of all the plywood cuts. Let's go back to the prototype for a second. The bottom shelf down here, the fixed one, and the middle fixed shelf sit in dados, and the top of the cabinet sits in a rabbet. So I've taken one of the side pieces and set it down on my workbench, laid out the location of the dados and rabbets, clamped down this nice straight edge, and set up my plunge router with a 1/2-inch straight cutting bit. And it's as simple as following along the edge of the guide. Well, that takes care of the dado for the middle shelf. And that's the one for the bottom. Now there's one more dado to cut, and that's for these adjustable shelf standards. They can be mounted right on the surface, but I like to set them in a dado for that nice flush look. Now to make the dado cut, I've set up my table saw with a twin blade dado cutter. And I've set it up to cut a 5/8 inch wide dado. Now the back of my cabinet is a piece of 1/4 inch veneer plywood, and I've recessed it in. And the reason for that is because when I look at the cabinet from the end, I don't want to see the edge of the plywood. To make the rabbet for that recess, I'm using my router, which is set up with a 3/8 inch rabbeting bit with a little bearing on it to guide it along the edge of the sheet. Well, there's no better time than right now to sand the inner portions of the cabinet. And to do that, I'm just using a fine 150 grit paper. Well, it's assembly time. A little bit of yellow carpenter's glue in that dado joint. And I'll just take my shelf and set it in the joint. Now, if there's any variation at all, I'm going to let it happen at the back of the cabinet. I want the front to be perfectly flush, or else the face frame is going to rock on it later. Okay, I don't even have to drive that down. Now I'm just going to slide it out over the end of the bench a bit, tack it with a couple nails using my pneumatic nail gun. The back of the cabinet is the 1/4-inch plywood, and I got to make sure I put the cherry side facing in. Okay, that takes care of that. I'll set this aside and we'll start working on the face frame, which is made out of solid cherry. Now, the conventional method of joining face frame parts together might have been a mortise and tenon joint or a shiplap joint. But this method, known as biscuit joinery, is just as strong, it's very accurate, and it's fast. These compressed beechwood biscuits fit into the slot that I just cut. And of course, you'd put some glue on it, and then a corresponding slot in the rail fits over the biscuit. And believe me, this is a very strong joint. Okay, now the idea here is to use a couple clamps to just pull the joint together. You don't want to clamp it so tight that you squeeze all the glue out. Well, I don't even have to wait for the face frame joints to dry. I'll just leave the clamps on it. And as usual, I've applied a little bit of glue to the carcass, the edges of the carcass. And I just set it down, get it even, and nail it in place with some 4-penny finish nails. To finish off the top of the cabinet, I've installed this very simple cornice detail, reminiscent of the one that we saw earlier. Now, it's made out of 3/4-inch stock. It looks thick, but it's the way you cut it. Here's a sample of the piece. The first cut that I want to make is this bevel right here, and that's where it sits against the cabinet. So I've taken my saw and tilted it to 25 degrees and adjusted my rip fence so as to leave about 3/8 of an inch of material. Now, using my sample as a gauge, I have to readjust the rip fence slightly. Just take it away from the blade a little bit. Okay. Now what I want to do is make a 90-degree cut to that first bevel that I made. So I've simply moved the rip fence over the appropriate amount. And one final cut, which is 90 degrees to the second bevel that I made. Now, the joiner does a nice job cleaning up any marks left behind by the saw. But there's also another edge to this piece that I'm going to see right here, this flat spot. And I can't really do it on the joiner because there's no way to really hold it secure. I'd have to make a special jig. So to smooth that out, I'm going to use my handheld power plane. Now, before I apply any base molding or that cornice molding, I want to sand the face frame. Now, when I made the face frame, I made it just slightly bigger than the box. That way there was no doubt that I would cover the edge of the plywood. And now's the time to trim it off using my router, which is set up with a flush cutter, and this little bearing just guides it along the side of the cabinet. Now, to make that compound cut, I've set up a jig in my miter box, just a simple piece of wood clamped down in such a way that it actually holds the piece of molding in the correct orientation. This is still the face side that you're going to see, but I've flipped the molding upside down. This is the bottom edge, and the fence of the miter box is the equivalent of the face frame of the cabinet. So I turn my saw to 45 degrees and cut the angle. Now, a little bit of glue certainly doesn't hurt on these corners. Just squeeze these together. Well, it looks like we're getting a few snow flurries out there this morning, but it's not going to bother us in here where we're going to make those raised panel doors. Now, last night before I left the shop, I glued up some cherry boards to make blanks for the raised panels. And over here on the workbench, I have a prototype door, and I want to show you all the parts. There's a couple stiles on each side, and then there's a top rail, which is the same width as the stile, and a bottom rail, which is traditionally about a ½ inch wider than the stiles. There's a raised panel, raised on the front side, flat on the back. And the way the system works is that you glue the corners together, and the panel just floats. I'll pull it out to show you how it works. The panel actually floats in a groove that's cut in the rails and stiles. This one has a nice bead on the face side. Now, I suppose you could cut that bead with your router. You could make the groove with your dado head. But if you're going to build a lot of cabinet doors, or cabinets period, you might think about investing in a shaper, which is nothing more than a real serious router. It comes with a fence, and I've hooked up a vacuum to it to pull all the wood chips away. There's a motor underneath that drives a pulley and a spindle, which turns at a high rate of speed, about 10,000 RPMs. This is a 3/4 inch spindle onto which we'll slip our cutters. There's a variety of cutters that you can get. To make our doors, the first cutter we're going to put on is this cutter, which cuts the little cove. It just slips on the shaft. Now, all these cutters that I'm using today are carbide tipped. The second cutter cuts the groove. And the third cutter just cleans the edge along that back side. You notice that all these cutters just fit nice and snug on the spindle. It's a very precise tool. Now a washer, and then this little device, which is a safety guard made out of Lexan. It slips down over the cutter to keep your fingers away from it. I mean, you'd have to really work hard to get in there. Another washer, and then a very important part, this washer, which has a little pin on it that slips down onto the shaft into a groove, keeps the nut from loosening up. And then, of course, the nut. Now we'll tighten this all down, and we'll be ready to run some pieces through. Okay, now before I run my actual finished pieces through, I've installed this device, which is a safety device. It holds the wood tight to the table surface, and it also holds it up against the rip fence. I also took some time to precisely adjust the fence to get the exact cut that I want, and I ran a scrap through, and it seems to be fine. So now I'm ready to run the finished pieces. As far as I'm concerned, here's reason enough to own a shaper and a set of knives like the one I'm using. Making this cope in the rails, which fits over the stiles perfectly. Now, all you have to do to make that cope cut is change the cutters. You leave the fence alone, you leave the height of the spindle alone, you just pull that set off and put on 3 new ones. Now, I can't really use this hold-down setup to do the coping, but I can use this miter gauge, which rides in the slot of the table, and it has an extra bar on it to hold pieces in position, especially these short pieces. And you set the wood in and just clamp it down. And I've added a piece of scrap wood behind it, and that's because when you cut end grain, you can get some chip out, and that helps prevent it. Well, that takes care of that end. But when I turn it around to cope this end, I have a problem. No longer is the square edge going to be up against the backer block. I'm going to have a molded edge against it. So I want to change that so I don't get any chip out. And what I did is I took a piece of scrap and ran it through this set of knives so that it has the right configuration. And now I slip that in and run the other ends through. Now my thickness planer does a real nice job smoothing out those blanks for the raised panels. But once again, I'm going to change my cutter for the next operation. First, I'm going to put a collar on, though. I'll raise the blade up a little bit. Now the cutter this time is a panel raising cutter. You can see by this profile that's going to cut a tapered panel. It's much bigger in diameter also. It's 5 inches in diameter. So I've slowed the speed of the shaper down. I'll tighten it on and we'll run some panels through. Boy, that sure does a great job. Okay, now a little bit of yellow carpenter's glue, just spread out evenly on that coped joint of the rail. It's just a matter of slipping the pieces together, making sure they're even. Put them in a set of clamps to dry for a while, and we'll start working on that base. Now the base for my cabinet is pretty simple. Just some 4-inch cherry that's been mitered at the corners. And I've laid out a cutout here for the toe kick. Now with it all tri-fitted, I want to do a couple more things. One is to reinforce these corners. And to do that, I'm going to put some biscuits in. So what I have to do is clamp my piece of wood to the workbench. And then I've added this attachment to my biscuit joiner. What it does is it holds the biscuit joiner at an angle like this, flat up against the 45 cut, allowing the saw to go in at 90 degrees. Well, now I think I'll just use my handheld jigsaw to cut out that toe space. Well, my drum sander attachment set up in my drill press does a nice job smoothing out any of the cut. Now I'm ready to assemble it. The only place I'm using any glue is on those corner joints. The rest of the base is held to the cabinet by some screws that are driven from the inside. I want to show you the detail of the front edge of the adjustable shelves. What I did is I took some 1-inch stock and I rabbited it out, glued it, and nailed it to the plywood. It covers the edge of the plywood and it adds some strength to the shelf. Now I'll make the rabbet over on my table saw. Now I'm just going to readjust my fence a little bit, raise the blade, and finish making the rabbet. Well, now I'm just rounding over the front edges with a 3/8-inch radius round over bit. Now with the same 3/8-inch router bit, I'm going to round the top edge of my base as well as the corners. Well, as you can see, I've removed my doors from the clamps and I've sanded the joint smooth because there's one more milling operation that I have to do with the shaper, and that's to make this rabbet and the round over on the face side of the door. Now to do that, I use another cutter, and this one is set up to do both operations in one cut. As you can see, this will cut the round over on the face and this will cut the rabbet. Now this happens to be a clockwise rotating bit. So I've switched the motor so that it'll turn in the right direction, and I'll be feeding from left to right rather than right to left. Okay, that takes care of hanging the doors. All I used was a semi-concealed casework hinge. And I'm in no hurry to really apply those shelf standards. I'll wait till after the finish is on. But you know, even at this point, I think it looks pretty good. You know, there's a lot of advantages to oiling a piece like this. First of all, the Danish oil finish brings out the natural beauty of the wood. You can really see the grain. And at the same time, it protects it so that it'll resist any staining. Now, it's easy to apply. Several coats, wiping between each coat. In fact, the more coats you put on, the better it's going to look. Ah, that's what I call good television. Hey, what did you expect here in the workshop? The frugal gourmet? Seriously, if you need an entertainment center, I hope that with the help of this videotape and the measured drawing, that you'll build one.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.